Carripier, and there he's getting his first scalp in this game. One pitching just about middle on off, deviating that much to clip the top of off stump.
Yeah,
Fooled us there a little bit as Josh De Silva tossed the ball up into the air. We thought the chance might have gone up begging, but it did in fact hit the stump. So Motara go on the overnight night watchman in inverted commas. But he is gone.
Yeah, so the first breakthrough of the fourth day for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So round one, you think, to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force here. And the incoming batter is McCarthy. Odean McCarthy. And just the one delivery to go in the Carripier over. Just held up here by umpire Rajkumar as he gets into position. Right on spot again, Carripier. Just a little bit wider than the wicket-taking delivery. So that brings us to the end of the first over on the fourth morning in this four-day championship encounter between the CCC and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And you were just talking about Kevin this morning. I had a walk along the pitch, and I myself took a walk along the pitch, and there are some cracks in the surface.
Second and third step that the bowler takes on his follow through, there's no impression of that on the wicket, clearly indicating how hard a surface it is.
So I just mentioned in the last over, this gentleman with the ball in hand from the southern end, he's going to have a big part to play in this encounter. One thing's coming off of a fifer in the first innings, Anderson Phillip, and really the strike bowler for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, his workload was very significant in the first innings, particularly with Shannon Gabriel only managing 8 overs in that first innings. Anderson Phillip threw down 22 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 71. Good reward for hard work. And again yesterday, coming back after that declaration from Trinidad and Tobago, he had 4 overs to put in that evening shift. Of a good-looking Kamil Puran.
Yeah, and I was reminded this morning by Riyad Emret, the assistant coach, that Korn got his teammate. They both, of course, play for Central Sports Club here in Trinidad and Tobago. And you mentioned Shannon Gabriel and those 8 overs. Of course, Shannon Gabriel with that magnificent quarter bowl on the second day. And I was told as well this morning by the TNT Red Force management team that he's not going to take the field today because he has a knee niggle, essentially a little knee injury.
Well, we all know on that follow-through, the big body, big frame of Shannon Gabriel, he had to change his line on his follow-through, get down to his right side, and would have used that right leg, that right knee to pivot and launch behind that catch. Probably just tweaking that knee just a little bit, all in an effort to snag that important wicket that he got.
So on the field for him is Navin Bidesi on screen here, a young upcoming star, former Hillview College player. He's from Countryside. And that wicket by Carripier has made at least one person very happy. And that's our producer. He's been saying that this one is going to be over by lunchtime. So let's see if we can hold him to that prediction.
CCC will want to prove him wrong there. We've not spoken about Evelyn this morning. He had a knock of 43 not out yesterday off of 83 balls, anchoring the innings thus far. And here he is facing up to Phillip to 1. Again, another delivery from that end, heading down the leg side. Jason Mohammed has been the man down there at fine leg, keeping a key eye on proceedings, particularly from that end, because he knows any point in time he could be in the game.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Jason Mohammed down there at fine leg, I was told that possibly we may see with Shannon Gabriel out, this guy, Vikash Mohan, having a bowl, and possibly, if needed, Jason Mohammed as well.
Of course, Jason Mohammed, no stranger with his off spinners to coming and taking up duty from an end. Not just throwing overs down around in his arm, but taking wickets as well in the past.
Anderson Phillip right on target, and this will be the first runs of the morning here for CCC.
There's that man, Jed Gooley, doing the work out on the boundary. He's stationed that backward point on the boundary. He's out of the first slip area with that finger injury, not wanting to aggravate it with a key round 7 game coming up next week. Vikash Mohan is in his place at first slip. We saw a chance to Vikash Mohan yesterday, was put down. But Brian Charles is there with him at second slip. He's been that second slip all throughout the game when he doesn't have that ball in his hand bowling. And he took an excellent catch in the first innings. Got a sharp chance yesterday all the way across. Really a third slip catch would have been comfortable, just managing to get a hand to it. But he's moved out of that second slip now and gone into our gully area. Evelyn just inching up to that 50.
Short delivery from Anderson Phillip. And this is what he's going to do. He's done that throughout the game. That corridor, good length, attacking that off stump. And then he's gone short. And when he's gone short, it's been right at the batters.
As well, we saw Keon Otley being placed into a leg slip position with that change, with Charles moving from second slip to gully, and Joshua De Silva employing a leg slip as well, anticipating that short pitch delivery. Jason Mohammed back on the boundary for any top edge and a leg slip just in case there was anything from the glove or off the bat or the splice, putting that leg slip there just in case the opportunity comes.
Yeah, so the end of the Anderson Phillip over, just 2 runs from it, 69 for 2 now. And Carrie Pear will continue from the gymnasium end.
See a little bit of a change in personnel in the field position. Jed Gooley is at mid-on. He's no longer in slip. That seems to be Brian Charles in slip. Hines at mid-off. Just a lone slip, a bat pad in place. And he's bowled him.
Again, right past that outside edge. Carrie Pear right on the money. This morning, Carrie Pear has placed the shilling. He has placed the handkerchief on the pitch, and he's putting the ball right on the spot. A fast bowler or spinner, and Carrie Pear has done that twice this morning.
I tell you what, McCarthy looked totally bamboozled there, even after it crashed into the off stump. He had a good stride forward, but close beside the pad, looking at where it pitched. Can't see. In between that bat and pad, close to the top of the pad and clipping that stump. And McCarthy goes for no score. Not what the CCC would have wanted to happen here this morning early on. Shamar Brooks would have wanted to come to the crease perhaps after lunch, but with the loss of that 2 quick wickets there to Carrie Pear, he said he struggled through. I shouldn't say struggled. He toiled through that first innings, bowling that 25 overs without any success. But it's a funny game of cricket. Now he is here on the 4th morning. There is that more deterioration of the pitch, opening up of that cracks, and immediately he has success with 2 quick wickets.
It's funny that Riyad Emirates told me this morning he didn't feel like those cracks were going to make much of a difference. It didn't seem, just from looking at them. Of course, Riyad is not playing. Of course, I think if he was bowling, he would have a different opinion.
Of course, with Emirates, he will look for seam. He says seeming not to look. But there is bounce and there is still, and there has been throughout the innings for Carrie Pear.
We were talking about Anderson Phillip and those fast balls, those short deliveries, I beg your pardon. And I stood next to Riyad Emirates while Anderson was going through his warm-up. And you can hear the thud. Carrie Pear, the same thing. You can see he was giving the ball a good rip in warm-ups this morning. And it's paying dividends here. Carrie Pear did the 2 early breakthroughs. And our producer's smile has just gotten a little bit bigger. I'm going to have to ask my assistant producer if our producer is known for these type of predictions.
The CCC 3 wickets down for 69 runs. They had the task. They were 381 runs behind. Trinidad and Tobago didn't enforce the follow-on, going back into bat to get that little bit of cushion, as well to give the bowlers that little bit of rest. Terrence Hines and Anderson Phillips, knowing that Shannon Gabriel would not be able to bowl today. With that added little bit of rest there, you see Carey Pear being the man, stepping up.
And he's done this, I think, throughout the tournament, Carey Pear. He's taken wickets when the Red Force has needed him to take wickets more than anything. Just going a bit fuller in this over, Carey Pear. But that one delivery at the beginning of the over, right on spot, right on target. And he has 2 for the morning. Now figures of 2 for 21 from his 11 overs, Carey Pear. And the Red Force firmly looking at that great possibility of earning all 12 points for an outright win in this one. Of course, they are going to get some additional points as we come to the end of the Carey Pear over. 69 for 3 now. The combined campuses and colleges still 380 runs away from victory. The Red Force 7 wickets away from victory.
A lot of work still to do there. There is a lot of batting in this CC team. They haven't quite clicked all of the batsmen in tandem. We've seen just glimpses of the ability and that talent that is there in the team. Batsmen just need to stay there that much longer. We still have Henry Otley, who made 56 in the first innings. He came in at the start of yesterday's play overnight, batted all through the luncheon period and stayed again and came not out there, carrying his bat after the lunch interval, and CCC were dismissed for 238. And there's Brooks there now, Otley to come, Primus as well, and Goodridge also got some runs yesterday as well, 24 runs to him. So there is fight all the way down the batting lineup. A lot of work here for the Trinidad and Tobago team to do still.
Anderson Phillip just awaiting the sight screen to be moved. Of course, that's become the norm across the 3 days in this game so far. Short delivery. He changes direction here, Anderson Phillip. He's gone round the wicket.
Very interesting. We see that leg slip position being employed. Anderson Phillip has been predominantly on the off stump. Occasional delivery going down the leg side, but he's always gone over the wicket in this both innings actually. Now we're seeing that maybe more of a body line tactic. There is a man 3/4 away to the boundary at square leg. There's the man Terrence Hines at fine leg being changed from Jason Mohammed there in the previous over, and that leg slip in Otley.
And there's one on the hip. It's in the air, just an easy catch for a short leg.
And we made mention of this yesterday. There's no point bowling that type of delivery and the fielding is not there in place to take that catch. We see now a forward short leg Mohan coming up from third man area to go into that position. That would have been an easy catch into his lap.
And I think again we spoke yesterday about and a bit of following of the ball here by Joshua De Silva. He's now going to put Amir Django under the lid, under the helmet here at forward short leg. And again, we spoke about captaincy and all the captains in this tournament. All of them, no matter how much international experience some of them have, like Raheem Cornwall and Joshua De Silva, captaincy, they're all learning. And for me, I would have preferred to see Joshua De Silva all out attack this morning.
Exactly. He's put that short leg in, but it's taken the first slip out. That ball does get played out to him. Django, it is the man in there. Previously, Mohan was the guy being used in that position. Django with the pads on, so he dons the helmet in that short leg position. And something Darren Dial was speaking of yesterday too. There are two key fielding positions placed backward square on the boundary, and Terrence Hines at fine leg. We now have a leg slip and a short leg. They just want to be careful not to have 3 men behind square. It will be a no ball. There's a lot of personnel on the onside. 6 in fact.
Again, just looking to get into the rib cage of Evelyn. who is soldiered on a 45. And you look at the field, and I understand why they have Jed Gooley out at point. But again, for me, 380 runs is still to get.
So
You're hunting 7 wickets.
not very often Anderson Phillips will bowl with 6 men on the onside. There is that Jed Gooley at backward point on the boundary, perhaps for a slash away, but you want to still have your first slip.
And nicely in and behind this one. And even at the pace he's bowling, not just a first slip. And we've mentioned that throughout this entire tournament, this 4-day championship, that this is the format of cricket. This is where you're preparing to take your next crop of players into the West Indies senior men's test team. And if you're preparing for test matches, this is where the tactics start. I would have preferred to see a pack slip cordon this morning, knowing the pace that Anderson Phillips is generating.
Particularly since we spoke about those cracks starting to open up. You want to get that ball close up to the batsman. The batsman still has to play himself in. Evelyn's been there for quite a while. He's on 45.
There's that short ball. And that will bring us to the end of the over, as called by Chris Taylor, the standing umpire at that southern end. And again, we are here at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine campus. And this is where we stand. 591 playing 238, playing 95, and now playing 69 for 3.
Made mention that Trinidad and Tobago will want to secure 12 points in this game. They currently sit 6th on the table with 51 points. 12 points would put them at 68. So with Windward Island's victory yesterday, it takes them up to 89.6 points. So they are at the top of the table. Of course, Guyana, Barbados, Leeward Islands as well will be in the running with 1 round to go.
Yeah, of course, we're going to get the official standings during the course of the day tomorrow, once the round is officially completed. Of course, as you mentioned, Windward Islands completing victory by 158 runs as Carey Pair continues. 158 runs over the Academy.
Yeah,
And
Windward Islands in the second innings, 275 runs. Asking the West Indies Academy to chase down that total. They were bowled out for 121.
Of the back foot, punched through the covers. And Shamar Brooks, as elegant as he always is, and now bringing the target down just ever so slightly. And of course, this is something that you don't necessarily mind. Conceding the boundaries, knowing that, and this is what we were talking about in the previous over, knowing that you have such a huge target that you're defending, even if you're attacking and there are those gaps, and a batter of the quality and the caliber of Shamar Brooks adjusts and punches you through the covers, an open cover area for 4, you don't mind that because you got him playing the shot.
Yes, exactly. You also don't want for a batsman to go into a shell where he's not going to try to play any attacking shots. You want that batsman thinking that he can score. You want him to take that little bit of risk in his approach to the innings. If he goes into that shell, it's even that much more difficult to price him out. So you want to give him the opportunity to score runs, particularly at this regional level. We know West Indies batsmen love to score runs, and the manner they score it as well.
Yeah, and every shot that they play, as you say, the type of shots they play, it's always fraught with risk. And that's what you want as a captain. You want them playing the shots. So as you mentioned, the Academy, as we're going through some of the points tables and the standings and the permutations and combinations as we talk about, earlier this morning, by our calculations, of course, this is by no means the official point standings yet at the end of round 6. But by our calculations, that game in the Queen's Park Oval next week between the Windward Islands and Leeward Islands, the Volcanoes versus the Hurricanes, seems like it's going to be a final of sort. to see who wins the championship 2024.
Because all of these games are free to the public. But I tell you what, I wouldn't mind paying to go see that clash between Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands, particularly at the Queen's Park Oval. It's not a home venue for either of these teams. They could do with some fans supporting them and supporting regional cricket there next week.
Just to pass Joshua De Silva, and as Billy has been saying, and as I've been mentioning, there are no slips in play.
We were just speaking about that. There. You have 6 men on the onside. You want to keep that one slip in place. You see,
And it's
very
your
unfortunate.
It's your strike bowler.
Of course, and that's where he's gotten his wickets. Targeting that off-stump line, the ball being pitched up, the odd short ball just to keep the batsman honest. But on this occasion there, no first slip, the ball racing into the boundary. Valiant effort from De Silva, but way out of his reach. You want to have those 2 men in the deep and a back part and that first slip, as well as gully, because one batsman off the back foot can come off the splice of the bat or the glove to the gully.
When we
Have that cushion of runs.
when we saw the replay, it probably would have dropped just short of a regulation first slip, but at least you would have still protected that boundary that just happened, and you would put doubt in the batter's mind.
Yeah, of course. And of course, if you don't buy a ticket, you can't win the lotto. You have to have the man there. The chance could have easily gone to hand as well.
You're talking about tickets and free games next week, Wednesday, for round 7. Short ball from Anderson, comfortably taken by De Silva behind the sticks. And I've already gotten the word that I'm going to be working in the Queen's Park Oval. I think I'm going to put in a word for assistant producer and Mr. Furlong to come work with me in the Oval. I think that's going to be a mouth-watering clash.
That will be most appreciated. I'd love to see that game in the Queen's Park Oval. If I'm stationed here, I might just ditch my duties here, use my membership, and get into the Oval to see it anyway. So that is a key game there. That game will probably decide the winner of the regional tournament there.
Yeah, based on our calculations, only Barbados, it seems, might be able to catch one of those 2 teams. And this one, again, in the ribcage and just past the outstretched hand of the leg slip. So continuing with this ploy. So this ploy of Anderson Phillip around the wicket continues with that mode of operation, and he's creating a bit of worry for the batters.
Well, Anderson Phillip, the type of bowler that he is, no matter what the strategy is from him and his captain, he will try to execute very well. It is going to be a challenge for any batsman, whether he decides to hold that off-stump line or target short pitch bowling as their number 1 strategy. Here he is in around the wicket to Brooks, pulled away. Hines is out there on the boundary, but it's well away from him. Very fine indeed.
That there is just the quality, the caliber, the type of player that Shamar Brooks is. And you can see he put the all into that pull shot with the lifted front leg.
Yeah, I was just wondering, that was the tactics against Evelyn, but the same tactic being employed against Captain Shamar Brooks. Quite an accomplished player at international level. We've seen him do quite well. And here he is trying to put him under pressure for his team. Short ball, but well executed. A fine shot and very finely placed indeed. Terence Hines couldn't get it wrong. And here Anderson is again bowling to him.
Again, short, it's pulled and just to pass the outstretched hand again with no slip in play. Past the outstretched hand of Joshua De Silva. Shamar Brooks going for that pull shot, getting the under edge of the bat and going where a first slip, a regulation first slip would be. And again, it begs the question of the tactics this morning and the tactics by way of field placements.
Well, let's for a second just put ourselves in the shoes of Joshua De Silva. He has a plan of attack here. There are only 9 men he can use to set in positions. Where can he quite take that personnel from to put that first slip and still maintain that attack? There he is trying to work it out in his mind. what to do, seeking some advice as well from Jason Mohammed, it seems. And there is a man at mid-on. The attack is body line. Perhaps you could take that man from extra cover and put him in that slip there and give him that acreage, but the ball is not going to be pitched up for him to drive.
You asked the question, you didn't allow me to answer. Short delivery. Smell the leather this morning, Mr. Brooks. And you read my mind, because that's exactly what I was going to say.
Well,
leave the cover area open. You want them driving.
It was such a redundant question, I had to answer it myself, because while it might be obvious to hear, sitting here, miles away under the shade of the tent, the captain is out there, he's focused on a job at hand. There are lots of things running through his mind. His bowling changes, field placement, strategies to employ. And just having the senior players amongst them, just to give that little bit of advice to try and help the captain out.
Yeah, and captaincy is not easy at the end of the day. We sit down, as I say all the time, we sit down here and we analyze and we see things. And sometimes under that cap, under that helmet, under this blazing sun, and your brain is always going. And as we say, Joshua De Silva, Naeem Young, Raheem Cornwall, Craig Brathwaite, guided into the gully region, and they'll take an easy one.
That was quite well played there by Evelyn. That ball just holding up a bit in the wicket, a little bit of kick. He dropped his hands on the shot, ensuring that he doesn't pop it up to that full slip. Also looking to get that single as well, pushing it into that gap. And Shamar Brooks just a little hesitant, but responded quite well, and an easy single takes him to 47, Evelyn.
Called out 4 of the 8 captains. Jermaine Blackwood for Jamaica, Tevin Imlach for Guyana. They're all learning all the time. This one a little bit shorter from Carey Pierre, and Shamar Brooks just turns it to backward square leg. And that backward square leg fielder looks to be Vikash Mohan out there. Got some work to do. A little bit better here from Carey Pierre, back to his regular length.
This would be a key partnership here for the CCC team. The captain is out there in the middle, the opening batsman is out. They would want to bat long and have a long partnership here.
Good old commentator's curse, probably? No, not out, says umpire Raj Kumar.
Trying not to show any bias whatsoever.
Struck on the pad and just seemed to be, going down leg. No turn there for Carey Pierce, so just probably going with the arm down the leg side. Good call from Lyndon Rajkumar. And Carey Pierce, again, middle stump line. And looking to repeat the dose as he did in his first 2 overs. Put it down, middle and off, and just take it away from the right-handed batter. End of another Carey Pierce over. It's 88 for 3.
And the one thing that we have not mentioned, and it's a good sign when you don't mention it, is the job that the 2 umpires have been doing out there.
No, it's not a good thing that we're not mentioning them, because they like to hear the name mentioned. In particular, Lyndon Rajkumar.
I was just about to say umpire Taylor and Rajkumar doing the game here at the University of the West Indies.
No, but of course, sometimes we criticize them so easily, and we forget that they have their part to play in how wonderful the game can progress. And when they do badly, we criticize them. When they do well, we don't lift them up, and we should.
A good job. You know, umpires have done a good job when you don't make mention of them during the game, despite the fact they like hearing their names. But they have done an exceptional job in this game thus far. Anderson
Phillip continues from the southern end. Shamar Brooks pulls. It's in the air, but it's fine enough that all Terrence Hines will do will be run around about 20 yards and retrieve from behind the sight screen.
Well, this plan of attack here from Trinidad and Tobago is yielding opportunities, but nothing is quite going to hand here. Even with the field set on the onside, 2 pull shots from Shamar Brooks have gone very fine indeed. They've both been in the air, and there are only so many persons you could have on that onside behind square. And now we see Yannick Otley vacating that leg slip position, being dropped back to fine leg, almost to the left. I beg your pardon, Keon Otley. Yeah, just being positioned there by Josh De Silva in exactly the spot where that shot was hit. Not quite all the way on the boundary. I'm never a fan of having somebody 3/4 way into the boundary. It's either you're all the way out or you're in. You don't want to see an opportunity go over your head when you're there. You can anticipate and walk in with the bowler if you stand on the boundary.
Now, of
You're
course,
pretty much in no man's land there.
of course, we've been talking about the plans from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force perspective, but the other side of that coin is Shamar Brooks. And the fact that he would have recognized with all of his experience that, hey, this is how they're going to come at me, and I'm going to counter-attack them. And that, to me, just shows the quality and the caliber of player that Shamar Brooks is.
Definitely, it's one thing to have a plan of attack against a bowler, but it's another thing to execute it, and he certainly has that skill and ability to execute that plan he's using right now. That plan may have to change, however, because there is that man stationed very fine indeed, close to the boundary. 2 men on the boundary behind Joshua De Silva, and another man at deep square leg. He as well is not all the way on the boundary. Man in front of the bat, so he wants to be cautious here.
And I'll tell you, it is known that Shamar Brooks has struggled with the short pitch bowling. So Joshua De Silva, who knows him well, they're good friends, would know that. So that's part of the reason. So that's why I'm saying this just shows the caliber of Shamar Brooks. And it's in the air. It didn't come off the bat though. And you can see by that shot, as opposed to the 2 pull shots, he's a bit uncertain of what to do with Shamar Brooks.
That
He's
one
fending.
not getting up at all. Short pitch ball, and he seemed to try to fend it off. Took his eyes off of it. It didn't make a lot of height, which is probably why he took his eyes off of it, fearing impact there. Struck him on the leg outside the leg stump. But you're quite right there.
And that's a little bit more reminiscent of that time period when he struggled a lot with the short pitch bowling, and we see that with other players as well. Someone like Tejnarain Chandapol, who struggles with it as well. They take their eyes off the ball. When they're in full flow though, and they're confident, as Shamar seems to be this morning, we get shots like those 2 pull shots that he played earlier.
Well, the one thing you want to do is just see this period off early in the morning. The bowlers are very fresh. You are yet to get set, yet to get your eyes in. You want to just play through this period, not offer too many chances, and then it gets easier on. The bowlers get tired. The sun gets a lot hotter out there, out in the middle. And then you've played yourself in a little more ease at the crease. So that may be a thought there for Shamar Brooks as he faces this barrage of short pitch bowling from Anderson Phillips.
Goes a bit fuller, Anderson Phillip. In the back of Shamar Brooks' mind as well, as we come to the end of another over, 92 for 3. In the back of his mind, he will also know that Shannon Gabriel is out, because he would have been informed. So he knows that once he sees off Anderson Phillip, he then has the spinners to deal with, and the only other seamers, Terence Hines and Keon Otley, who are not as quick as Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, just having a word with the coaching staff from CCC this morning. They are quite aware as well that Shannon Gabriels will not feature today. So they are cognizant of the fact Anderson Phillips has put in a lot of work. He will be given a break at some point in time. And it's an issue that Captain De Silva would have to deal with, how he rotates his bowlers to keep them as fresh as possible. 92 for 3. Evelyn is still there, doing his duty, opening the batting. 47 not out of 102 deliveries. Caripia being quite economical this morning thus far. 4 overs from him. Just 6 runs conceded and 2 wickets. Evelyn lending some calm to proceedings there. Just working that one into the onside. Philip does the fielding. We see the 13th man just coming onto the field there. Shamar Brooks needing some attention.
I think that's from the previous over when he was offending that one, as you rightly said. It didn't get up as much as he probably expected.
Today being day 4, time is a factor
In fact,
in
he's
this game.
he's just doing some adjustments to his bat. I just realized that the substitute fielder has that paddle, that they use to change grips on the bat.
Quite sure there's a name for it, that conical device, to change the rubber on the bat.
Our producer's gonna find out. Let's give him some work because he's eager to see this one end at lunchtime.
I will not hazard a guess.
Somebody might message and say.
Of course, a wealth of knowledge out there in the Caribbean.
Of course, they all know about all the players, and we're so grateful to all those in the Caribbean and around the world who are looking on at this West Indies Championships.
I'll give you one example, perhaps a bit of trivia there. We kept referring to it. It's most apt because we kept referring to it in this game. It's the sight screen, as opposed to we hear a lot of people saying the side screens. But of course, it's for the batsman's viewing, so it's a sight screen at both north and south end of the ground.
Yeah, pronunciation can be quite funny in the English language like that. I learned that many years down the road after playing cricket through school and watching so much of cricket over the years. I call it, in this game, I call it the side screen because it's moving side to side every other over.
Well, that has been a cultural thing in the Caribbean. A play on words. Of course, we have a cosmopolitan society hailing from different languages, different backgrounds, ethnicities, all living in harmony. A loud appeal here, half shout from Carrie Pierre. Josh went up for it.
I think Carrie Pierre was just politely asking, but I think he knows it was probably going over the stumps, getting a bit of bounce and a fraction of turn inside the batter here, hit on the upper thigh. Nicely in and behind here, a little bit of turn here from Carrie Pierre.
The difference in his spell this morning as compared to yesterday. Yesterday, the batsman was getting bat on it. Today, we see this morning a lot of balls just beating bat, cannoning into the pad. This one hoisted away. One bounce into the deep mid-wicket boundary. Shamar Brooks taking full advantage of a badly lined delivery from Pierre. His one loose delivery this morning and puts it away.
Just trying to flight it a little bit more, Carrie Pierre, you think. And just drifting down the leg side and getting in the arc of Shamar Brooks.
Yeah, good cricket all around there as we come at the end of that over. 97 for 3. CCC approaching the 100. And that one tugged into the onside. But it's not a shot that Carrie Pierre would be disappointed with. There is that opportunity if that ball grips and turns to catch a leading edge. Shamar Brooks going across the line of that one, playing against the spin, fraught with risk really, but he executed it to perfection. We focus on Evelyn. He's on 48, not out. There is a bowling change now. We will see Terence Hines replace Anderson Phillips from that Southern Sports and Physical Education Center end. The score on 97 for 3 after 30 overs. Evelyn will have to change his strategy a bit as the sight screen gets moved into place.
Side. The screen is moved to the side.
Well, it's been moved side to side, as you quite rightly
Well,
pointed
this
out
is the
all
land
game.
of soca music, and we are accustomed to the movement side to side, as Mr. Dionarine Dayal, father of national cricketer Mark Dayal, makes his presence known and felt.
2 opening batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago in various forms of the game, past and present. As you say side to side, I'm reminded of a Russell Peters joke about the Trinidad language in the crease. Evelyn staying in his crease for that delivery.
So military, Mr. Dayal. I think he's realized that he's late for work, actually.
He just dropping down the order from opening the batting. Usually opens the batting. He's just dropping down the order one slot this morning.
Well, of course, we can forgive him. He's also a national selector, and we just completed the National Under 19 tournament. I think it was East that won the tournament.
East won, yeah. East victorious yesterday under the management of Kenneth Samuel. Victory to them from the Under 19 team. Yet another victory for Kenneth Samuel and the East Zone team.
Yeah, so Riyad Emirates and myself are really happy. We're both boys from the East-West corridor. So north and northeast, and this zone is where it's all at.
Defeating the Southeast team. Congratulations to both teams getting to the final. Of course, at that level of cricket, it's all about development and exposure and experience to those players.
Just short of Brian Charles. Has a shot. The stumps. He hits direct. And luckily, Evelyn's bat was grounded because Brian Charles saw him drifting out of his crease, had a shy, and hit the stumps directly.
Both players there in the wide awake club. Brian Charles has been excellent in that first slip area, throwing down the stumps after picking that one up. Coming off the outside edge, playing across the line, was all along the ground. Evelyn on 48, playing a risky shot there. And this is what Terence Hines can give you when he comes on, just slow, a little slower in pace. Get the batsman caught in two minds there.
Yeah, I just want to go back to, as you were mentioning, on the 19 level, on the 17 level, it's all about learning and development. Tucked away leg side. There'll be a couple of runs here for Evelyn and Brooks. The Windward Islands, who we were talking about earlier, who have now gone to the top of the table, given that the Leeward Islands game hasn't finished just yet. The Windward Islands actually have their under 19 tournament going on as well at this present time. So you can see the benefit in it, where you have these type of tournaments, age group cricket in particular, developmental type tournaments that are now feeding into the territorial teams.
Yeah, young Matara here, 17 years of age. He will not be featuring in any under 19 tournaments this season. He's playing here for the combined campuses and colleges and having a good season as well, the young player.
Yeah, so we must say congratulations and kudos to Cricket West Indies and how they've been managing the cricket in the region moving forward, and all the encouragement they've given and all the added resources they've given to all the territorial boards, especially the ones that traditionally, like the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, who don't traditionally have these type of under 17, under 15, under 19 tournaments, under 13 even, as we do here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Here we have products of that system here out on the field here. Two Otley brothers, Navin Bidesi as well, former Trinidad and Tobago under 19 players.
And there's one wreaking havoc in England, in Jaden Seals.
Presentation College boy, doing well. Saw him smack two boundaries, 11 not out of 5 balls yesterday.
You just have to mention Presentation College.
You give credit where credit is due. Exceptional talent. Young Jaden Seals, 6 and 4, taking 6 wickets as well for his club Sussex in county cricket. So we welcome to the mic immediately with the fall of wicket of Gerard, Mr. Dear Narain Dial taking his position 1 down.
A blessed morning to all the listeners in Trinidad and Tobago. Wonderful and beautiful day at the Unity to see the West Indies strong again today. Sun in all its glory. CCC 99.2, losing 2 wickets this morning. Night watchman Matara.
Yeah, Matara falling this morning very early on to Carrie Pierre.
Kaki. CCC 93 for 3 in the 52nd over. And Carrie Pierre from the northern end.
Yeah, McCarthy going for no score this morning. Second delivery faced up Carrie Pierre, breaching his defenses, getting that ball to grip and turn and hitting the top of our stump. Similar dismissal to Motara this morning, the overnight watchman. And again, we see this delivery. Speaking about those 2 dismissals, this one was very close as well. This time not clipping that off stump, going past the bat of Shamar Brooks. The 3 wickets down thus far for the CCC. Would have been disappointed with the start this morning. But there is Evelyn, the opening bat, and Shamar Brooks there at the crease. Shamar on a quick 21 was faced with a barrage of short pitch deliveries from Anderson Phillips coming around the wicket this morning to him. A couple pull shots for 4. And then another boundary off of Kari Pierre in his previous over mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. Yesterday we saw Yannick Otley coming in overnight, not out, and batting and remaining not out for the innings. Evelyn would want to try and duplicate that, at least get to the luncheon period. He's on 50 now. Just adding 31 runs this morning, almost close to the first hour of play. CCC. I think the CCC, when at the toss on the first day, and they opted to field first, knowing that they would have to bat last on this wicket. They clearly know the surface and how good the surface is, had no issue with batting last, and now they're trying to save this game on the last day. Yeah, wicket they would not have wanted to lose, especially to the bowling of Keon Otley there, coming on just to make up some of the overs at the late on in the end of the day's play, bowling 2 maidens and picking up that wicket of Kamil Puran, chasing a wide delivery. Very curious there from Terrence Hines. We did that pitch report this morning. A very hard surface out there. Cracks just starting to open up. Terrence Hines now testing out the middle as well. He's more prone to pitching that ball up and getting to deviate off the seam. So Anderson Phillips also with that strategy of bowling short into Evelyn. Trinidad and Tobago would want to seek maximum points in this game, together with the bonus points they've already accumulated. Could very well take them up to 68 points. Currently sitting 6th on the table, round 6 of the competition with 1 to go. Windward Islands top of the table now, 89.6 points, completing their 6th game yesterday, winning outright against the West Indies Academy, dismissing them for 121. Trinidad and Tobago will travel to Kingston, Jamaica for that Wednesday's encounter. Jamaica currently sit 5th on the table. Yeah, Jamaica set that mammoth total. They need another 275 runs to win. They are 123 for 2. At the close of play yesterday with Mackenzie on 39, Brandon King was on 13. Guyana opting not to force the follow on, went back into bat. The first inning total of 424. They got to 147 and declared. Shamar Brooks showing excellent timing of the ball today. This is his second boundary he hit off of Carrie Pierre for the morning. Carrie Pierre into his 7th over of the morning. Only successful bowler this morning, 2 wickets to him. Yeah, 14 overs bowled thus far this morning. 40 runs put on. The majority of that runs coming off the bat of Shamar Brooks. He's on 26 since coming to the crease. Scoring in quick time, dealing in boundaries. He has said that 449 runs to win an insurmountable task. They are still 342 runs behind. Very much the strategy will be to bat as long as possible, especially from Captain Brooks out there. There is batting to come. Henry, Primus, wicketkeeper Richards. Not to mention Yannick Otley. Got the 56 not out in that first innings. There's a stalwart of the innings for CCC. Shamar Brooks was caught stuck on the crease to Anderson Phillip in the first innings, out LBW. He went for 15 in that innings. Yeah, that means a lot of work in store for Terrence Hines. He bowled four overs yesterday for 21 runs. He's into his 7th over now. He'll have a lot of work to do today. work I'm sure that he will enjoy, trying to put Trinidad and Tobago in the position of victory. We are joined here in the commentary box by former match referee Lennox Madusing for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board.
I think from CCC mind that no way I think they could win this game. CCC will start to look for a draw, occupy the pitch as long as possible. The first session is coming to a close. One session to lunch, and then they will have to back session by session.
It's very hot conditions yet again here at the UE Spec facility.
107 for 3 minutes. Of the inning.
Just looking at our weather app, 31 degrees Celsius out there. And more hot sun to come.
Outside the off slip, Shamar leaving it alone. It's going to take it. A slip, gully, deep cover point. Cover. Short extra cover, mid wicket, and a deep fine leg.
UV index today on our weather map indicating extreme. Yeah, drinks break in store. Groundsman just anticipating that call by the umpires to mark back the pitch. UV index in the extreme, meaning it's above 9 out there, which is extremely hot. Joshua De Silva will have a lot of sweat to work with to shine that ball up. As we head to that first Blue Waters drinks break there, CCC 107 for 3 after 35 overs. The skipper is still out there along with the opening batsman Evelyn, staging a recovery here. We take a break here for some drinks as well. Welcome back after the drinks break. 107 for 3 after 35 overs. Evelyn on strike. He will be facing up to Carrie Pierre, the successful wicket taker this morning for Trinidad and Tobago. Evelyn is on 52. He's looked rather solid. There's one boundary he got off Carrie Pierre in the previous over, cutting it, dabbing it down behind point, running into the boundary for 4. Shamar Brooks is there as well. 26 not out off of 39 deliveries.
See, Evelyn on his back foot and stroking the short cover. Keir Notley is there. 107 for 3. We're in the 36th over of the inning. CCC striking at 3.06. They require further 342 runs today if they are to clinch victory in this game, which seems more than unlikely.
Carrie Pierre bowling unchanged from the northern end.
Evelyn is on 52 from 124 deliveries. Shamara Brooks on 26 from 39 deliveries. And that's looks like a drop catch behind.
A tough chance there. Ferocious cut shot there from Evelyn. Trying to force it off the back foot, taking that outside edge. Joshua De Silva trying to get a glove on it.
Got the gloves on it, but just dropped out.
He just closed that gloves a little bit too early, grabbing at it, grabbing at the chance hurriedly. Going to ground. Carrie Pierre up in the air, exasperated with that opportunity. Would have been his 3rd wicket in the innings.
Looking back at this replay here. Yes. Grabbed at the ball.
Evelyn just pulling away, trying to make room, not in control of the shot, taking that outside edge. There is grip and turn there for Carrie Pierre, taking that outside edge. Joshua De Silva just closing his hands a little too soon. The chance going a begging.
Yeah, quicker delivery from Carrie Pierre. Rushing onto the batsman, playing the forward short leg. That completes the over. There you see the both gloves pointing straight down to the wicket. Grabbing at the ball. 107 for 3 after 36 overs. CCC needs 342 runs for victory. Shamara Brooks on 26 from 39. And Evelyn on 52 from 128.
The skipper will want to put that opportunity out of his mind. He has a lot to focus on in this game thus far. He has already to deal with one bowler short. And Carrie Pierre creating the opportunities for him.
Seeing Joshua De Silva putting on his boat helmet.
Yeah, you want to just forget about that opportunity very quickly. Focus and continue to focus on the task at hand. There are a lot of points up here for grabs for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Need to focus on that right now.
And there we see Terran Hines picking up from the southern end, the Sports and Physical Education Center end. And Shamara Brooks just turning the short mid wicket. Amir Django picks up no run.
There we see the skipper just trying to refocus there, pulling at the brim of his hat, channeling his energy, focus on the job at hand. Just a little discussion there with Brian Charles at first slip about that opportunity.
Right outside the off stump, no shot from Shamara Brooks. Goes through to Joshua De Silva. Terran Hines has a slipper, gully, a deep cover point. Cover, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a deep backward square. The 6 man on the offside. That tells you that Terran Hines is attacking his off stump, will be attacking his off stump. Right behind it and stroking it to mid off. Anderson Fielder fields no run. See today, as today play, the wickets had looking slower and slower. The odd ball keeping bouncing and keeping low. That will be expected today. We're going into the first session of the 4th day.
As Terence Hines into his 4th over of the morning. Anderson Phillip bowling 4 overs from that end as well. We've seen that anything pitched wide outside that off stump tends to keep a fraction bit low to Joshua De Silva. Took it low down at his ankles again.
Again, leaving it alone outside the off stump. As we watch on the southern side of the side screen, the tractor is parked and the driver just relaxing on it.
Just basking in the sun down there at the sight screen. Hasn't had that much to do today thus far. 2 right-hand bats at the crease.
107 for 3. We're in the 37th over of the end.
Hines initially started bowling some short pitch deliveries, but he's pretty much settled on that line outside the off stump now.
Again, Brooks leaving wide outside the off stump. No shot offered. Through to De Silva.
Brooks just walking down the wicket there, looking at that spot, just testing out the cracks there, trying to see which delivery is trying to predict which one may keep that fraction low on a 4th-day pitch. Still in the 2nd hour of the morning session.
Billy feels Trinidad Tobago lose that trick by not playing a leg spinner in this game, going into the 4th day here.
I have coined the expression leg spinner's goal in any format of cricket. That wrist spinner always creates so much opportunities. If you have him in that team, it's an asset. An even bigger asset if he can bat and make some runs.
Trinidad Tobago was fortunate to have Navin Bidesi in the 13. He wasn't in the final 11. That brings it to the end of the 37th over of the end. CCC 107 for 3. Evelyn is on 52 and Shamara Brooks on 26.
BDC definitely capable with the bat as well. Hailing from Hillview College. Had a number of runs scored in the secondary school cricket league, as well as the under 19 level.
Curry Pier, the start is 18 to over 2 for 37. CCC striking at 2.89. Strike rate dropping a bit. Require further 342 runs.
Chance to Evelyn in the last over. He crouches again. Curry Pier bang on target.
Huge total of 342 left in the display for the CCC to acquire.
As you mentioned, Curry Pier into his 9th over, bowling unchanged from this northern end. He started proceedings this morning. Bowled well past the first hour of play. Just conceding 15 runs, 3 for 15 his figures this morning.
There was a stroke in this one, the short cover. Keon Otley Fields. No runs.
That is the shot that got him in trouble in the last over. Trying to force it off the back foot through the covers, leaning back somewhat. This time gets a lot more bat on it.
Again on the back foot, stroking the short extra cover. Keon Otley Fields, no runs. 4 shot leg Amir Jangu. First slip Brian Charles. Jason Mohammed cover point. Keon Otley short extra cover. Navin BDC cover. Terran Hines mid off. Jed Gully mid on. And we have a deep backward square on a short mid wicket.
Curry Pier trying to recreate that opportunity from the last over. Is just pegging Evelyn on that back foot, but throwing it up just that 1 inch or 2 further up. He's still trying to force it off the back foot, trying to get another opportunity as he got in the last over.
And there's the side screen now to be moved. Vikash moment, D backward square.
Speaking with the umpires this morning.
The side screen has to be moved to the right.
Umpire Sandy, the third umpire. The side screen having to be moved, with Curry Pier deciding for the first time to go over the wicket, left arm to Evelyn. Changed it. So he had 4 deliveries, short of a length outside, pegging Evelyn on the back foot. This time he comes over the wicket, fully flighted delivery, drags him forward.
That ends the 38 over of the inning. 107 for 3. Still requires a further 342. Evelyn is on 52 from 133. And Shamara Brooks remain on 26 from 45.
Another maiden over there from Curry Pier. Excellent start from him this morning. You're just speaking to the umpire, the third umpire, Sandy, this morning concerning the side screen and time lost in the game. He indicated as well that this venue is a warm facility for the ICC World Cup. and the university will have to put something in place. You cannot have those types of delays for the side screen issues. They may already have something in place, a project plan to deal with that issue, just not quite ready for it for this game in the 6th round of the regional competition. There's one more game to come at this facility.
Keon Otley takes up the bowling from the southern end. Getting that wicket yesterday evening, the breakthrough for Trinidad Tobago Red Force of Kamil Puran caught behind. He picks it up back this morning from the southern end. Today in the National League Cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, the Sunday League continues today with Queen's Park versus Presal Club at Fatima Ground, Central Sports versus Victoria United at Invaders Ground, Merry Boys versus Best Motors at Marching Recreation Ground, and Power Gen Penal versus Clark Road United at Sign Village. You know, this morning the Power Gen Penal Clark Road game did not get off on time. It's a short shower, fell just after the toss.
Yeah, there was a 30% chance of rain in the forecast. No chance of rain here at the university. We have quite the opposite. We have an extreme reading on the UV index. There is a lot of cloud cover across the country today in Trinidad and Tobago.
Queen's Park Cricket Club and Central Sports are the only unbeaten team in the 50-over tournament.
Another delay there. Shamar Brooks just requesting it be moved. The bowling of Keon Otley. He had 3 overs yesterday. 2 maidens, 1 for 4. Got the prize wicket of Kamil Puran. Puran making 40 runs in the first innings. Was prized out, going after a wide delivery. Yannick Otley predominantly keeps his deliveries outside the off stump, and Puran trying to fetch one, got the edge through, and was caught behind.
Round 4 continues tomorrow. Presal Sport versus Central Sports. Best Motor Marching versus Queen's Park Cricket Club. Clark Road United versus Merry Boys. And that's a lovely shot from Evelyn. Through the covers for 4. Just leaning on his front foot and hitting it.
Yeah, the gentle medium pace of Keon Otley there, over pitching to Evelyn's liking, wide outside the off stump, and smashes it through covers for 4. Takes him on to 56 now and 112 for 3.
It's a lovely shot from Evelyn. Just easing on his front foot and hitting through the covers. A gentle medium pace from Keon Otley.
Interesting change here from Captain De Silva, bringing on Otley after Hines completing his 4th over this morning.
Gain wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's maintained that line outside that off stump, asking the batsman to come after him.
Keon Otley with a slip, gully, deep cover point, cover, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a back and a fine leg.
With that delivery wide outside the off stump during the rain, would you just think about bringing that fine leg up into a more attacking position?
Yes. Because since yesterday, Keon Otley is concentrating on that outside the off stump. He got Kamil Puran with that, chasing a wide one.
Jed Gooley there on the field, suffering that dislocated finger from a short rising delivery from Blade, striking him when Trinidad went into bat into the 2nd innings. Second ball he faced, striking him on the left hand. Yeah, just being one of our leading run scorer at that point in the game. We're looking for him to just press on quickly. Wasn't able to do so. Blaze had a strategy of short pitch bowling against him. Left the field, retired hurt. He's back on the field, assured by the coaching staff that he's okay and can continue. Instead, yesterday saw Mohammed coming out to replace Guli, making 41. Mohammed not out on for 51 deliveries, joined by Armir Django, who hit 34 runs in quick time of 31 deliveries. Pulling out that pull shot again yesterday, Django. Just inquiring to the ground staff here this morning, the wide boundaries are 72 meters wide. And Amir Django clearing the boundaries in his innings of 216. Clearly going past that 80-meter mark of sixes, hitting the ball into the rugby field, probably closer to 90 meters with some huge sixes.
Caripia continuing from the northern end to Evelyn. He's on 57 from one run to this end, just stroking this ball to short mid wicket. Anderson Phillips field. Keen a little extra bounce in this ball from Caripia. Evelyn on his front foot and playing it.
De Silva might be thinking about a change in bowling from this northern end. Caripia has been operating for quite a while, since the start of play.
Quicker one wide outside the off stump. No shot from Evelyn. Goes through to De Silva. Total remain on 113 for 3. We're in the 40th over of the inning. Evelyn's on 57 from 140. Shamara Brooks on 27 from 48.
We saw Brian Charles operating late yesterday evening. He replaced Caripia from this end as well. Maybe just thinking about making that change after this Caripia over. From the northern end. Into his 10th over of the morning. Long spell here for him. 2 wickets, as well as a chance put down by the wicket keeper.
Caripia in his 19th over of the inning. Sweep it down to backward square. Is Evelyn pick up a single? Tarantines picking up, running around and picking it up. See Tarantines leaving the field now, and Cephas Cooper coming on for him.
Both subs being used quite frequently yesterday. Injury to Jed Gooley, Shannon Gabriel, both being off the field. Cephas Cooper, Navin Bidesi have been a regular feature, emergency fieldsmen in this game.
114 for 3 after 40 overs. A strike rate of 2.85. Kian Otley, 1 for 10 after 4, continues from the southern end. From the Sports and Physical Education Center end.
They're just running through our minds with some possible options for De Silva in terms of field placing. Crowd catch there to Gully. In the person of Charles, we saw him take a brilliant catch. Put down a very difficult one. Got a hand to it at second slip. There is that man at fine leg. Possibly deodorant. Bring him into more attacking position.
No. Could I bring him into the second slip? Yeah, you see him stroking it to mid-off. Cephas Cooper moving to his left and picking up. No runs. Total remaining 114 for 3 after we're in the 41st over of the inning.
The second slip definitely an option for that man at fine leg. Possibly even another man at extra cover. A ball outside the awesome. Just try to entice that drive somewhat. Have an extra man in the cordon or close in on the offside. If Evelyn decides to push at one and holding up in the pitch, might go in the air.
114 for 3. Evelyn is on 58. Shamara Brooks on 27.
We see Mohan in at first slip, replacing Gooley with that injured finger. Had a chance to him yesterday as well. Grassed.
Striking him on the pad, just going down the leg side. Ball trickling to mid wicket. Amir Django field, no run.
Otley there just wondering how much was that heading down the leg side. Just hands akimbo there. Definitely down the leg side. Joshua De Silva heading there.
Yesterday evening speaking to Kian Otley, said he's looking forward to opening the bowling this morning.
Prized out the prize wicket of the opening batsman Puran, getting his scalp for 18 runs. Bowled 2 maidens yesterday. cracked away. There is protection out there. Gooley has to do the work. Excellent tumbling dive, sliding across the lush outfield. Returns can't prevent the second, but definitely preventing the boundary. Doing duties out in the field. A bit of a change for him and stuck in first slip for most of the day. Executing that slide to perfection.
Good feeling from Jet Gooley there, moving around quickly to his right and sliding at the ball, stopping what will surely be a boundary.
Showing no signs or ill effects from that damaged finger yesterday. It's a good sign for Trinidad and Tobago. He'll be crucial in that 7th round encounter, batting at number 3 for Trinidad and Tobago, one of their more successful batsmen this season.
116 for 3. That brings the end of the over. Evelyn's on 60. Shamar Brooks on 27.
Speaking about Gooley's innings, not just the fact that he scored 200s, but the manner in which he scored those hundreds.
The umpire signaling the side screen to be moved. Carripier to continue in his 20th over, 2 for 38. CCC needs a further 333 runs. Christopher Gale number 333. Shamara Brooks was off the strike for a few couple deliveries, faces Carripier. And he just strokes this ball wide of short extra cover for a single. Vikash Mohan picks up 116 for 3. Richards long bat and pad forward. Plays it back down to wicket. Carripier fields, no run. Shamara Brooks goes to 28 from 49. Just coming off the pad. Maybe the inside edge for a short leg. Amir Jangu couldn't get it. Passed quickly to his right. Made a great effort though. 118 for 3.
Django staying down there after that chance, landing awkwardly on his elbow or shoulder. Physio races out. A couple injuries in this game. See that chance there, coming high off the bat, far off to the right, landing awkwardly on his shoulder. We already lost batsman Tion Webster, Centurion as well for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, Tion Webster injured in the T10 in Tobago. Total remain on 118 for 3. We have a slight hole up here. This physio having a look at Django's shoulder.
Vikash Mohan was originally in that position throughout the first innings whenever called upon. There's a change this morning. Amir Django occupying that position. He had the pads on at the start of play to field in that position, with Mohan having to go into that first slip to take the place of Gooley, with Django ending up in that forward short leg position. He's landing awkwardly on his shoulder there.
Seems like Navin Bidesi is taking the pads to go for a short leg.
Django may well be going off the field here.
Yes, it's Navin Bidesi gearing up to go for a short leg. Yes, Amir Django is going off. And Terran Hines comes back on. Hope it's nothing too serious with Amir Django. One of Trinidad Tobago leading batsman. Double century in the first inning, unbeaten in the second inning.
Well, it seemed to be to his right shoulder. His hand is down, so it's not being held up as if it were. Sometimes you put it in that position as if it were in a sling, just to take the strain off of the shoulder. But his hand's at his side there, walking off on his own accord.
Continue with Carripier to Shamara Brooks. Just turn it a short mid wicket. Anderson to the fields. Slip, backward point, cover, deep cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, forward short leg, and a deep backward square.
Just
Forward comes Brooks. No runs. Total remain on 118 for 3.
Just under 30 minutes left in play till the luncheon interval. It's Saturday morning. Shamar Brooks is there on 28, coming in very early this morning.
Ian Brooks on the front foot, just stroking the short, extra cover, no run, brings to the end of the over. Total remain on 118 for 3. Extras is 11. CC striking at 2.81, way behind the require. 331 runs required. Evelyn on 61.
So just about half an hour to go before the luncheon interval. Brian Charles will get a ball from the southern end. Evelyn on 61, Brooks on 28. Keon Otley with 1 for 12 from his 5 overs so far. And Charles starts a bit of a short delivery. And a couple of quick runs here. So Evelyn has looked quite comfortable this morning, playing some lovely shots.
Well, good morning to you, Gerard. Good morning to you, PB&G, Pablo Basso and Gerard, not peanut butter and gelatin.
The 50-run partnership coming up as Sham joins me. Doing a few double duties today. Production, camera work, commentary, an all-rounder.
You as well, Basso.
No, I've been in the commentary seat whole morning. Assistant producer said you're a jack of all trades, master of none.
Well,
That's between you and him.
Well, I'm getting there. Improving as the days go by. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force doing the same, improving as the rounds go by here in the West Indies Championship.
Yeah, but it seems unlikely that they can chase down the title. The best they might be able to do is get up to possibly 3rd or 4th in the table. That one keeping a bit low.
Looking at Brian Charles yesterday, I thought he was a bit too flat. And he was just operating very straight. He wasn't trying anything different.
Having said that, he floats one up a little bit more.
We saw Kari Pair this morning, though, just tossing up a few deliveries that beat the outside edge. In the end, 2 sneaking through the gates of Makati.
Yeah, since those 2 breakthroughs early in the day, within the first 3 overs of the day from Carripier, it's pretty much been all CCC, you would think. That, of course, a 50-run partnership here between Evelyn and his captain, Shamar Brooks. Some lovely shots along the way.
Yeah, some lovely shots from the players out there. Some lovely shots from our cameraman, Kevin Maraj, if I'm not mistaken. So his ID card this morning, he left it at the ground. Luckily, that's the reason why I knew his name. I was working with him all 3 days, for the last 3 days, Basso, and he haven't told me his name.
Caripio continue from the gymnasium end and swept away by Evelyn.
Yeah, it's a good looking shot. Evelyn has looked good. He has gotten starts over the last 5 rounds of the championship, but he hasn't been able to carry on to the big scores of the half century and the century. Hopefully today, though, from a CCC perspective, he can do so.
Yeah, if they are harboring thoughts of getting that 326 remaining, cut by Brooks and well fielded is that Sifa Scooper. Umpire Rajkumar is blocking my view. It's the old guy, Jason Mohammed, putting in the dive. If they are harboring thoughts of getting that 300 plus 326 again, definitely Evelyn is going to have to play a part to go on past 100.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Gerard. You know, obviously, is this one stroked out a long off? Cephas Cooper is there. Yeah, I think so. I really think so. He's a set batsman, and you want him to carry on back through the innings if he can.
Yeah, the other side of the coin is as probably Dale believes that they are batting to save the game rather than batting to win it. Even in that circumstance as well, he still has to bat really deep into the innings and get a big score here for his team.
So a lot of partnerships around as well. Trinidad Tobago Red Force. You know, that innings of the Trinidad Tobago Red Force, that first innings, really showed the value of partnerships, Gerard. And I think, you know, CCC needs to mirror their innings and take pattern from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force first innings.
Yeah, so the end of another over, another carry pair over. And partnerships is always the name of the game, whether batting or bowling. We saw that when the Red Force bowled in the CCC first batting innings as well, where you had at the start, obviously, Shannon Gabriel and Anderson Phillip. Later in the day, even though he wasn't taking wickets, so he's taking them now, carry pair. When Anderson Phillip or Terence Hines was going guns blazing from the southern end, Carey Pierre held up this end. So it works on both sides of the pitch, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. I have to agree with you. Don't normally agree with you, Gerard, but I'm agreeing with you today.
I've won you over. Brian Charles continues.
Good to see our good assistant producer out here this morning as well.
I think he may be leaving in a while because he's found what he came looking for. Tucked around the corner, cries of catch it, but it's all along the ground.
And for the third time this morning in about 5 minutes, I have to agree with you again.
Yeah, I have that effect on people, just as I have the effect of the good old commentator's curse. Brian Charles is starting similar to how he did in the first innings. He's going for a few runs in his first over on that occasion. He's now asked for a leg slip to be put in place. Carey P obliges. Off the pad. Was there any bat involved? We'll wait on the umpire as they run through.
Don't think so. We'll have to look at that again and see.
Umpire Christella raises the leg, so it was off the pad, no bat involved. Yeah,
clearly off the pad there, and in the end, just a single. So Brooks has looked good this morning, and this is what happened to Brooks in the tournament thus far as well. He had one score of 72. That was his highest score. Or down the leg side, and scores of 32 and 29 and 25, and didn't really carry on these scores, you know, and didn't really live up to the expectations of a Shamar Brooks.
Yeah, I think even at the toss, he mentioned that to me. I think that was one of the questions I asked him at the toss. I said, what about you? And he said, I'm definitely not where I want to be, and I've not been as consistent as I want to be. So it's a player of his caliber. It's always going to be in the mind. This one keeping a tad low.
And now we say goodbye to Mr. MR. That's the man.
I told you he found what he came for, and now he's gone. Yeah, going back again to Shema Brooks.
Yeah.
Players of that caliber, they're always going to be aware. As much as they might tell you they don't think about stats and all these things, they're always going to be aware, if not for anything else, when they're not doing well. Joshua Da Silva told me the same thing at the toss. When I asked him, what about your own form? And he said, I'm not as consistent as I need to be. He went on to score 79 in the TNT Red Force first innings. Carry Pierre continuing, struck on the pad. Loud appeal, possibly going down the leg side.
And here we can see that delivery again from Carey Pierre. It looks to be going down the leg side, hit on the left of the left pad. That left foot seemed to be outside the line of the leg stump as well there, Jared.
Yeah, so he's continuing to churn out these deliveries that are creating some problems and some worries for the batters. Is Carey Pierre. Of course, that's what you expect from a seasoned campaigner now as Carey Pierre. He's still quite young, but has played so much cricket in all formats. And I, for one, I'm glad to see him with the red ball.
Yeah, normally known for his white ball prowess and how successful he has been on the white ball circuit, whether it's for West Indies, whether it's for his franchise teams. It's good to see him with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
Yeah, a couple of players of that ilk in this tournament. You're glad to see them playing the red ball game. Brandon King for Jamaica. It's good to see him batting in the red ball format. Hayden Walsh Jr. for the Leeward Islands.
I'm very happy to see Jermaine Blackwood as well. Hasn't had the scores that he would have liked.
Yeah, and he's one that when you look around the West Indies, and of course you heard us mention it, that this is a tournament that sets them up for the men's senior test team. Of course, Blackwood has been the backbone of that test team for quite a while. Just fell off and lost some form, and he's now out of the reckoning now with the incoming younger ones like Athanase and Kavim Hodge and Justin Graves and so on. But he is one that you look to, that you want to see him dominate in a tournament like this because he has that international experience. Thinking of some of the academy players as well, it's good to see them in the red ball format because they play so much white ball cricket, and see them making those adjustments because you want to see some of them do think about playing test match cricket for the West Indies.
Yeah, certainly. I think as a young cricketer or as any cricketer, you would hear them saying that they would love to play red ball cricket for the West Indies.
Brian Charles continues from that southern end, and the runs coming relatively easy now for CCC. A couple here, just tucking around the corner. So Brian Charles already 9 runs from his 3 overs. It'll be 10 and 11 with those couple of runs at the start of this one.
I think with the break that Billy and Dale has gotten, it gives Billy some time to take some photos and post a couple of stories. It's good fun here in the commentary booth. Looking for a single there, Gerard, and it's not on, straight to the fielder. Oh, Kevin and Billy taking a selfie just to the front of us. Good partnership being built to the right.
Talking about partnership with this one blossoming here, itching its way up to a 100-run partnership between the skipper of the combined campuses, Shema Brooks, and his opening batter, Damel Elvin. Evelyn.
What a wonderful facility this is. It's the Frank Worrell Field at the UWI St. Augustine Sport and Physical Education Center.
And they'll get that single now down to the elder statesman, Jason Mohammed, down there at mid-on. It is a facility, if memory serves, it was built in the early 2000s, part of the preparation for the World Cup of 2007 that was held in the West Indies. Of course, we are now officially less than 50 days away from another World Cup here in the region. We have had quite a few. We have had the men's 50 over World Cup in the Caribbean. We've had the under 19 World Cup. We've had T20 World Cups, and now we're going to have in 49 days the ICC men's T20 World Cup in the Caribbean and the United States of America. Speaking about the United States of America, they've started their the T20 leg of their bilateral series against Canada today. Of course, many of these teams preparing for that T20 World Cup in the region. And Nepal and Papua New Guinea as well, and a couple of bilateral series around the world.
Yeah, well, we'll have a chat about some history about this venue in a short bit. This one turned on the onside for a single. In 1966, Gerard, former captain of the West Indies cricket team, Sir Frank Worrell, would have developed this university cricket pitch on experimental agricultural fields during his tenure as a dormitory warden at Milner Hall and Dean of Students at UWI.
I did not know that Sir Frank Worrell stayed at Milner Hall. One of the co-ed halls here at the university campus in St. Augustine. So in fact, based on that history, it was actually redone and rebuilt, renovated over the years. And the way it looks now was the most recent renovation in preparation for that 2007 World Cup. You heard me mention it throughout this game that I did see Jacques Calais, Cameron Akmal short and pulled. And it will go into the boundary just about now through the gap. He did pick the gap just to the right of Anderson Phillip, who's in mid-wicket. Yeah, Anderson Phillip had no chance with that one.
Yeah, well, it was there to be hit. It was a short delivery from Pei. One of the rare bad deliveries we've seen from him all morning. And it was well put away by, of course, the set Evelyn.
Yeah, and a batter who's faced that many deliveries, you don't expect them to be missing out. Just to go back, as you mentioned, we were talking about those guys that we're seeing playing the red ball format. I think you mentioned Shamar Brooks and even Damel Evelyn getting starts but not carrying on. And I think that's one of the most refreshing things to see throughout this tournament. The number of centuries we've had in this year's tournament. And not necessarily just the centuries from your international stars like your captain Craig Brathwaite. It's good to see him getting in an amount of runs a couple of days ago. But some of the younger ones, the Mikhail Louis, the Jed Gooley.
Yeah, definitely. Amir Jangu, Jed Gooley, all of these guys. Yeah, they are two Trinidadian, Trinidad and Tobago players. They're also Mikhail Louis from Leeward Islands. That's Jeremiah Louis' brother. He would have had 2 centuries in one particular game. And what 2 knocks that would have been from him. It's good to see him performing as well, the young man. And I always say, Gerard, when these international players come back into the 4-day championship, I think they need to really stamp the authority and show the experience that they would have gained on the international circuit. Come back here and score runs. Take wickets.
Half of an appeal.
And you need to do that as well to set the example for the Mikhail Louis, the Ali Gatanes. And I mentioned Ali Gatanes, though he would have played international cricket already. He's still a young man. in on the international circuit.
Driven in the air, just past the outstretched hand of Brian Charles, the bowler, down to the tractor by the side screen, and it will be 4 runs to Shamar Brooks. A difficult chance for Brian Charles, but of course he's already taken a blinder in this match, so you'll probably back him to take that catch as well.
Yeah, definitely one of the more spectacular catches we've seen all tournament taken by Brian Charles in the first innings of CCC.
So on just a cutaway, Jed Gooley, who's been patrolling that offside boundary behind point more often than not, does the fielding.
135 for the loss of 3 after 48.
I just want to.
Yeah.
I just want to go back here now. This is at the end of the 5th round. These stats that I have haven't been updated to reflect the 6th round. The most hundreds in the tournament, Mikhail Louis with 2, and then a plethora of players with 1. Chadwick Walton, Jonathan Carter, Jonathan Drakes, Jed Gooley, Jason Mohammed, Craig Brathwaite, Kaveem Hodge, Kieran Powell, Kevin Sinclair, Kevin Wickham, Sunil Ambrose, Teddy Bishop, Tevin Imlach, and Tion Webster.
Well, Jason Mohammed has 2 now, so the stats obviously not quite updated just yet, but Jason Mohammed has 2. Django now has 1, and a double century at that.
The West Indies skipper Craig Brathwaite now has 2, because as I said, this was at the end of the 5th round. This is not reflective of the 6th round that we're in now.
You know something I look at on the stats side, Gerard, is when you score a 50, it is of course recorded as a half century, yes. But if you convert that into a century, that half century doesn't count. It is now counted as a century.
That was the funny thing about Jed Gooley when he got his maiden first class 100. It's in the air, but there's vacant space down at mid wicket again. So just over pitching here, Carripier. So the last over he gave them a short ball. This time he's over pitched right into the arc of Shamar Brooks, who's just lifted it into vacant space at mid wicket. Gooley will retrieve. It was Jed Gooley, in fact, as he retrieves the ball. I think he had only centuries. So when he got to that 50, I think he had like 1 century prior.
Yep.
And when he got to that 50 in Connery, I was looking at his stats and I was like, this is his maiden 50. Because the last time he got to 50, it went to 100.
Against the Windward Island Volcanoes at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Jed Gooley scored his first century then.
Just dabbed past the outstretched hand of Brian Charles at slip. Not much of a chance in that one, but it will bring the end of another carry pair over. And I think possibly Carey needs a bit of a rest here because he's tending to actually give a couple more bad deliveries in the over, and sometimes that's just a sign that your muscles are tiring. He hasn't taken a rest. He's bowled the entire session so far, Carey Pair,
Well,
and he's bowled from this end.
Well, that's what he can do. Carey Pair can bowl all day if you want him to.
And you probably have to get a crowbar or something of the sort to pry the ball out of his hand from him not bowling. He's that eager to ply his trade. Brian Charles will continue though.
Haven't seen much of Brian Charles in the match. He bowled quite late in the first innings, and now he's getting the opportunity just into his 6th over. Bit expensive, but he's one of the prime performers for the Red Force. This one taking the outside edge, running down to the third man fence. The coconut man, Vikash Mohan, gets it into his hand and relays it into the hands of the silver.
I just tell you, the last time somebody mentioned how expensive Brian Charles was, because in the first innings He bowled and his first over or two was quite expensive, and having said that, he came and took a wicket. I'll not tell you which one of your commentators had said it, but the good old commentator's curse.
Commentators curse. Happens quite a lot when you run commentary, Gerard.
Yes.
It's not a good delivery of any sort there. Poorly lined delivery. Too full as well. Luckily, it wasn't put away. It's good to see Shamar Brooks getting to his half century. He moves up to 50 of 85 deliveries, and it's good to see him scoring his third half century of the season, and congratulations to him. And as the skipper, I think you would want to carry on to a bigger total here for the CCC.
Yeah, and I kind of back him to get to the 100, because he doesn't look bothered at all, saving apart a couple of short pitch bowling from Anderson Phillip this morning, but he's looked quite comfortable. This one he celebrates by cutting down to backward point, Ched Gully patrolling. But even on the evidence of that shot, you can see how comfortable Shamar Brooks is at the crease. Evelyn face up to Charles, back and across, and Evelyn as well looks comfortable and unbothered. The red force here, with the 150 coming up for CCC, yes, there's still 300 odd runs to get for victory. It's still a lot, but I don't think that Joshua De Silva and the management team of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force want to be out there the entire day in this hot sun. And they just really need 7 good deliveries. I think it's about time that Joshua De Silva starts to think about doing something different.
Yeah, definitely so. And speaking about doing something different, here comes the coconut man, Vikash Mohan. Say good morning to Jid Gully, who just wipes the heat off the top lid, puts on the glasses, looks back on. Vikash Mohan is going to take the ball.
Starts with a decent delivery, and you look at his field. He does have a man positioned on the boundary at backward point, extra cover and a mid-off, all on the offside, everyone else on the leg side. This one got just out of the hands of Brian Charles again, off the edge of the bat.
Mohan would have picked up 6 wickets in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's 50 over Premiership tournament against Victoria United, playing for Clark Road last weekend.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled a lot through the West Indies Championships, but I was reminded this morning by his assistant head coach that he did bowl, and when he did bowl, he did take wickets, and I think that was one of the games we did out in St. Kitts.
1 for 18 in that spell. So he has a first class wicket to his name.
Yeah, he's a more than useful bowler, is Vikash Mohan. So far so good, right on spot, right on target, and just a couple of runs in the over.
Word coming to hand is that you also has a first class wicket to your name, Gerard Basu.
Yeah, I think it was while I was doing commentary in Warner Park. As I sat down, I had my notes prepared to talk about a particular player. As I sat down, that player was subsequently out.
No, I was really speaking about the dream you told me about last night, where you got that first class wicket. Anyway, it's 154 for the loss of 3. 52 overs have been completed. Carry Pay, 2 for 52, leading the way for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Shamar Brooks, after weathering the storm of Anderson Phillip barrage of short pitch deliveries this morning, has since then rolled on nicely, much like the tractor is doing on the far end. And
Amir Django has just come back onto the field as well, which is a good sign.
Well, a good sign right now would have been if Shannon Gabriel would have come onto the field. Amir has already done his work for the game.
I hasten to agree with you, my good man. It is unfortunate that the big guy has gone down with that knee injury. Brian Charles continuing from the southern end.
Well, I think we're into the final over before your favorite time of the day, lunchtime.
That doesn't give credence to the fact that there's breakfast, dinner, and snacks in between. And speaking about feasting, the CCC, after those 2 early wickets this morning, have feasted on the bowling of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Yeah, some 60 odd runs being added in this session by CCC just for the loss of those 2 wickets.
A healthy session.
In fact, it was 67. They were overnight 67 for 1, the fall of the Kamalpura and over. So it's more than 60 runs, almost 100 runs in the session.
Very healthy session for the CCC. Seems to be dropped at leg slip. We'll have to have a look at that again there, Gerard. Maybe you can give us your take on this.
Yeah, looking to sweep and just you can understand the shot because there's no one at fine leg. Of course, he got the length as well to play that type of shot. This one a different length and a lot quicker by Charles. So I think Evelyn is glad for it as well because it's the last delivery before the luncheon interval. So 87 runs in the session for CCC. The target is now under 300. Probably not in the thoughts of the combined campuses and colleges going after that 300 odd runs, 295 now. But a good session for them nonetheless.
Yeah, good session for everyone. CCC and Kari Pay as well. He would be very happy with his performance this morning. But Trinidad and Tobago Red Force would be walking out there thinking to themselves, they need wickets. Wickets is the name of the game at the moment for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force because that's the only way they're going to be victorious in this round against the combined campuses and colleges. Good news for CCC, though, 71 to Evelyn, finally getting a good total. Shamar Brooks rolling along nicely on 53 as Gerard Basso hands go up into the air with a brown bag of paratha roti from Trinidad here. And I think it's a good time to go and have some lunch as well, Gerard, because you already have your roti in your hand.
Indeed. So at the luncheon interval on the final day, the combined campuses and colleges are 154 for 3. Still 295 runs adrift of their target. They are seeking 295. The Red Force seeking 7 wickets. It is round 6 of the CWI 4-day championship, the West Indies Championships.
Welcome back to the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground here in Trinidad and Tobago. Combined campuses and college taking on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 154 for 3 after 53 overs. Shamar Brooks on 53. Good partnering with Damel Evelyn, 77 runs. Excellent partnership building here. Vikash Mohan taking up proceedings from the northern end to Shamar Brooks. The 155 for 3 just after the lunch break. And welcome back, Dionarine, as well. How was your lunch, Dionarine?
Very good. A blessed afternoon to all the listeners here. Shamara Brooks in all his glory here today. Looks the part of him. And I think CCC needs him to stay as long as possible there. Just getting into his stride, stroking the ball very nicely to all part of the ground. See Vikash Mohan picking it up from the northern end, 155 for 3. Bowling to Evelyn, who's on 71 from 178 deliveries.
Yeah, Mammoth Task, 293 runs adrift. Not sure the intention is to get there. It's to bat out the day's play on day 4 and bring this match to a draw. CCC on the bottom of the table with 24.2 points after 5 games.
And those points was gathered only with bonus points. They haven't won a game.
Caripia operated 14 overs on the trot from this northern end, only given a break 1 over before lunch from Vikash Mohan to bowl his off spinners from this northern end. Marathon spell by Caripia, getting 2 wickets for 52 runs. Got the wicket of McCarthy and Matura. He got McCarthy for no score. Bowled both batsmen this morning. A chance as well. Put Dong off of his bowling. One squeezes out past the outside edge. Shamar Brooks. Dong pass first slip. Looking for a third here. Evelyn is keen to come and gets there. Excellent running by the batsman. Throw right over the stumps but couldn't prevent the third run. Good running from the 2 out in the middle there. Excellent partnership this morning.
That ends the first over after lunch from Vikash Mohan from the northern end. Evelyn on 71 from 191. Shamara Brooks goes to 57. This is the
Captain
side
De
of
Silva.
Sir Frank Worrell Field. The old scoreboard. Fall of the wicket of this second inning at 60, 67 and 69. CCC are striking at 2.88 at the moment.
Captain De Silva has been changing around the bowlers. A bowler short today. He would have been keen to get Anderson Phillip back into the attack. He's operated from that southern end.
CCC requires 290 runs, a further 290 runs to win, if they have any chance of winning this game, with this session and 1 session to go after tea.
Phillips with 8 overs, 2 maidens for 28 runs. Just 4 overs this morning. Most of it was short pitch bowling, particularly at Shamar Brooks. Seen a 6-3 field with 6 on the onside, and that was the strategy this morning to try and prize out the wicket of Shamar Brooks.
Anderson Phillips starting with a slipper gully, a deep cover point, cover, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and a fine leg. His first delivery, Shamara Brooks on the front foot, very comfortable coming and just playing it back to him.
Had that curious approach of bowling right arm around the wicket with that plan to get the batsman out hooking or fending it off. There was a leg slip, forward short leg. There was a chance to forward short leg off of Evelyn, but there was no person in that position at that point in time. So as well, there was no first slip on an edge going through both, and that one yielded 4 runs. But this time Phillips is back over the wicket to Shamar Brooks outside that off stump.
Shamara Brooks showing all his class here in this inning. Just turning this one to fine leg for an easy single. Vikash Mohan picks up on Evelyn is on 75 from 182 deliveries. And I think Coach Floyd Reefer will be very happy what he's seen there with Shamara Brooks, his skipper. Showing all his class in this inning, second inning here today. Evelyn just turning this on all to fine leg where Vikash Mohan runs in and picks up. Another single. 160 for 3. 161 for 3. Shamara Brooks is on 55 and Evelyn is on 76. A very strong offside field set for Anderson Phillip. 6 men on the offside, 3 on the onside. The only person on the onside is a mid-on, a short mid-wicket and a fine leg. Amir Jangu is on short mid-wicket. Shamara Brooks comfortable on his front foot. Brian Charles at first slip. Kian Otley in the second slip. Navin Bidisi in the cover. Jet Gully deep cover. Carrie Pierce short cover. Terrence Hines mid off. Amir Jangu short mid wicket.
The strategy here seems very much hold that off stump line, keep it very tight. Dot balls, try to put some pressure and prize a wicket out here in these very hot conditions after lunch.
That's a lovely shot by Shamara Brooks. Ball on his pan, he whipped it forward a square for 4. The minute he left the bat was 4 runs.
They're just opposite to the strategy calling for there. Just angling down the leg side. Again, we've seen quite a few deliveries from that end, angling down the leg side, and this one is put away for 4. Brooks looking in fine touch today.
Shamara Brooks is accustomed when he gets going. He has known from scoring big scores, big centuries, and I think the CCC will need him to get that here today.
Number 13 on the back of the captain of the CCC. Not an unlucky number this morning. He's on 59, making his own luck.
Slightly short. Shamara Brooks getting up and turning it a short mid wicket. Amir Jangu fields no runs. That brings the total to 165 for 3. Evelyn is on 76 from 183 deliveries. Shamara Brooks 59 from 98 deliveries. Anderson Phillip just finishes 9 over, none for 34. CCC requires another 284 runs.
The runs coming in that over to those deliveries angled down the leg side. Those that were pitched on or about the off stump with dot balls.
Vikash Mohan to pick it up from the northern end.
Loud appeal there, Vikash Mohan, and the umpire has given him, umpire Rajkumar there, judging that was LBW. Evelyn going there, delivery from Mohan as we look at it again.
Sweeping from middle stump.
No hesitation there from umpire Rajkumar. Evelyn putting that front leg down the wicket. Struck low down on it. Seemed to be heading into middle and leg stump.
Straight delivery. Evelyn sweeping, missing. That takes the score to 165 for 4. Yes, as I'm watching the replay here, sweeping from middle stump.
And everything Captain De Silva touches here turns to gold. Bringing on Keon Utley, grabbing a wicket. Bringing on Carripier this morning, taking 2 wickets, and immediately 1 over just before lunch. And his 2nd over after lunch coming on. First delivery to Evelyn. Traps him plumb in front LBW. Vikash Mohan getting the wicket there. Doing the job for Captain Joshua De Silva. He'll be most happy with his bowling changes this morning. 165 for 4.
Certainly. The new batsman at the crease is Richards. And there we see the side screen to move for the left-hander Richards. Vikash Mohan is 3rd over, 1 for 7. Captain turning to the golden arm of Vikash Mohan. His 2nd first-class wicket in regional tournament. For Richard, he has a slip, cover point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square. Attacking field here now for the new batsman. No sweeper. Mid-off, mid-on is in the 30-yard circle. Forward short leg. Navin Bidesi. The totals remain at 165 for 4. Again, push coming forward and just forward short leg picking it up on the 2nd bounce.
Very interesting delivery there, that Mohan coming around the wicket the first time to the left-hand batsman Richards. One just getting wrapped on the gloves, getting out of forward short leg.
Richards coming on the front foot and just stroking it. Carripier picks up.
Forward short leg there, very much in the game. 1 slip.
That ends a successful over from Vikash Mohan. Total remain at 165 for 4. 56 overs have been bowled. Vikash Mohan 3 overs, 1 for 7. Evelyn LBW for 76. Shamara Brooks is still there on 59 from 98. CCC requires a further 284 runs.
Most definitely now an insurmountable task. 6 wickets in hand just after lunch. Then we'll have that session after tea. Shamar Brooks will want to stay there, but as long as he can. Hopefully he'll find support from Richards. Mutara came in as a night watchman. He's gone. Yannick Utley and Henry are the 2 recognized batsmen, as well as Primus. Bowled him.
He's bowled him. Shamara Brooks has been bowled by Anderson Phillip. Kept a bit low. Rocked his off stump.
Just as we saying, that number 13 on the back of Shamar Brooks. Unlucky number, that one. First delivery we've seen kept low on the stumps through his defenses.
Yes, keeping low and hitting his off stump. That's the fall of the 5th wicket. Was never about to say, but producer said 1 brings 2. He also predicted the game will finish by 3 o'clock. And CCC in all sort of trouble now, going into lunch at a good position. And within 3 overs after lunch, they are rocked to 165 for 5. Losing their captain, Shamara Brooks, who was well set.
That's a huge blow to the combined campuses and colleges, losing their captain, Shamar Brooks. The ball pitched just short of a length, an area where the batsman usually sometimes have to fend one off, drop their arms as it got up into that rib cage area. This time it went keeping that fraction low, hitting just above halfway point on the off stump. Shamar Brook was looking to play back. Didn't get his pads in front of the line of the delivery. Cannoned into the stumps. Anderson Phillips getting his first wicket in this innings. And his 6th wicket in the match. What's the count now, the owner, for Anderson Phillips?
29 wickets to him. I think
Very-
Shamara Brooks was just caught on his back foot. It kept a bit low, and he was just on his back foot, didn't get down in time. It rocked his off stump. And I think that could really put the icing on the cake for the Red Force.
Ocean Primus is out there now, coming in ahead of Henry, ahead of Otley as well.
And he's beaten outside the off stump. It's a loud appeal for an out. Umpire Henry is not moved.
I tell you what, all 11 players were up in the air there, pleading for an LBW decision. Can't really tell. The ball came in contact with anything. The umpire was in some doubt as well, hence the not out decision. Adamant appeal from the Trinidad and Tobago contingent. Try to catch this one in super slow motion. Get past that outside edge from Primus. Lives to fight another day. What it will do is spur Anderson Phillip on. Working up a yard of pace here.
Loud appeal for an out. Probably just pushing down leg stump.
Everything happening out there. LBW appeal. A second one struck on the pad. Quick single. Navin Bideshi tried to pick it up in that cover area. Throw the stumps down to the end. Primus was running too. Misses the stump and they get through for a single.
Yes, just looking back at the replay, very close to Primus outside edge. Probably a bad brush the pad too.
Just sometimes when the batsman looks back after an appeal for caught behind. Sometimes
Need the side screen to move now for the left-hander. Richards, he's yet to get off his mark after 5 deliveries.
just a guilty look back, glancing back after that one, beating the outside edge. All hands went up in the air, not outside the umpire.
Cricket is really a funny game. Just as they strolled out after lunch, CCC was in a good position, fairly good position. And 2 wickets in 2 overs has put them to 166 for 5.
It's not the first time we've seen a wicket falling right after the break, a couple balls into the session. Same thing happens here, 2 slips a gully to the left-handed Richards. Anderson Phillip with his tail up there, getting his first wicket of this innings.
First day of the first day, Keon Otley was out the first ball after lunch. And this
Down the leg side, this one tickled away. 4 runs, right hand, left hand
Leg.
combination there. Anderson Phillip not making the adjustment there, angling this one down the leg side.
coming off his tie pad. I think Anderson Phillip really working up some pace here after lunch. Probably had a hefty lunch. Some vitamins. Very fit young man, always been.
There's some chat going
He's
on
coming
there.
around the wicket now to the left-hander Richards. He needs his side screen to be moved. 2 slip a gully, cover point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Tractor seems to be struggling there to move the
Requesting
side
the
screen.
side screen to move to the east, a little more to the eastern side. of the ground. Anderson Phillip from the Sports and Physical Education Center end, the southern side of the ground. He's in his 10th over, 1 for 34. And I think skipper Josh De Silva will be happy with this spell from him. Again, going through the defense of Richards.
That one was a japper. Anderson Phillip going around the wicket. Forward defenseless really from Richards as that ball touched nothing. All air.
We just see one of our co-worker Vaso showing the correct defense that Richards is supposed to play. Romaro Greaves still to bat. Yannick Otley. Yannick Otley, very good batsman. Got 56 not out in the first inning.
See a number of batsmen being dismissed, being bowled. Just batsmen not really getting in line to some of the deliveries. Two wickets fall this morning. The carry pair out bowled, off stump getting knocked back. And another one keeping low here from Anderson Phillips.
I think unfortunately for Brooks, it kept a bit low. Hit is off stump, just under the halfway mark of the stump.
You want to get some part of the pads behind the line of the ball. It should have been striking him on the pad and not into the stump.
I think Shamark about this, he will be disappointed. Getting to a half century and now getting out. As you see Vikash Mohan from the northern end. Just a mid-off and a short cover on the offside with a slip forward short leg. Short mid-wicket, long on, and a deep mid-wicket and backward square. Yes, the batsman is requesting the side screen to move. Sorry.
Primus in the first innings scoring 18 runs of 16 deliveries was also out bowled to Anderson Phillips in the first innings.
Vikash moving from the northern end to Primus. Just stroking it to the right of Keon Otley, doing well to pick it up. Both batsmen yet to get off their mark. Primus 0 from 4, Richard 0 from 8. Primus coming on his front foot. First slip just run around picking up no runs. The total remain on 170 for 5. We're in the 58 over. CCC requires a further 279 runs for victory. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be happy with those 2 wickets after lunch. That's the ideal thing they need coming in after lunch. Primus hitting it forward of square. Run very close to the boundary. Brian Charles chasing and picking it up. The batsman by the time crossed for 3 runs.
Yeah, just 2 men there, a cover and a mid-off. The only other fieldsman that was in the onside was that first slip. So a lot of room out there for the off spin of Mohan, who's coming around the wicket. Primus just using that vacant offside to get some runs.
Richards asking for the side screen to be moved. Vikash Mohan coming over the wicket to the left-hander. And he hoists his one mid on. is going to go 2 bunks into the fence. Just coming on the front foot and hoisting it high over mid-on. 2 bunks into the fence and goes for 4. Then CCC goes on around 77 for 5.
Looking at that other game, Jamaica Scorpions against Guyana Harpy Eagles. Guyana just 1 wicket away from defeating Jamaica.
CCC require further 272 runs here for victory. The strike rate has increased to 3.05. Richards on 4 from 9. Primus 3 from 7. Anderson Phillip picks it up from the southern end. This will be his 11th over, 1 for 34.
It was just a matter of time for Kevin Sinclair to get in the wickets. He picking up 3 important wickets for 32 runs on the day 4 in that game. Lower order batting of the Jamaican Scorpions just falling away.
Anderson Phillip to Primus. He just comes on his front foot and strokes it to mid-off. No runs. Total remain on 177 for 5.
Overnight, Brandon King was there with Mackenzie. They didn't add much to their overnight score. Lost their wickets very early today. Are now staring down the barrel of defeat.
Quick delivery outside the off stump. Primus playing and missing. Going through the Joshua De Silva.
Michael Lewis in that Leeward Islands versus Barbados game, getting to 80 runs, 203 for 3. Leeward Islands are batting. They trail by just 51 runs with 7 wickets in hand. The guy you want to keep your eye on there, Carty, just notching up another 50. He's in the wicket with Andrew. Justin Gray is falling for 6. Bowl to Ruston Chase. Chase having 2 wickets in that game. Excellent performance by Chase in this game thus far. Scoring 127 off of 80 odd deliveries to give Barbados the kind of cushion that they're enjoying right now. But Leeward Islands posting a fight back. 7 wickets in hand. Surely trying to make Barbados bat again on the last day.
See Anderson Phillip running away from the southern end. That was quick outside the off stump. Some gas on that ball.
Joshua Phillip having to cushion that ball all the way to his left behind him, working up 1.5 yards of pace here from Anderson Phillip. This decision to bat second by CCC backfiring on them here today with Anderson Phillip providing the heat.
That ball rocketing into Joshua De Silva gloves. Some premium gas that came down with. Anderson Phillip is really working up some pace here after lunch.
Premium gas, you want to put the best fuel in your best vehicle, and Anderson Phillip is in the driver's seat here now.
That's turned through mid-wicket. Carry pair, give in pair, run. Chase for that delivery. Picks it up inside the boundary. They picked up 2 runs. 179 for 5. We're in the 59th over.
Whenever that ball has been in the hands of Anderson Phillip, you just want to have your eyes on what goes on out there. He provides a lot of excitement. A very energetic individual. springing his step. That's springing his step even after he finishes delivery on his follow through.
Joshua De Silva continue keeping this deep cover point on the boundary. Primus on the front foot and stroke into mid-on. Picks up by Jason Mohammed. That brings the end to the over.
Primus
179 for 5 after 59 overs.
Primus just holding the pose at the end of that shot. Just showing the full face of the bat to Anderson Phillips. Just indicate to him, I am still here. Try again. And try again he will.
See Vikash Mohan to continue from the northern end. Umpire Rajkumar waits for his cap. See
Philip
Navin
bowling.
BDC coming into forward short leg. Slip, cover point, cover, short cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, and Jason Mohammed at backward square. So a very attacking feel for Richards, a left-hander. Just turning this into forward short legs hand.
You'd be one to be careful with that shot there. Mohan might extract some turn out of this wicket. Carey Pear got some turn to that end. Don't want to be praying too much across the line of that delivery.
And there he goes with this one. Gone for 6. Over mid on. Hoisting it high and hard. There we see Rajkumar signaling maximum 6.
Certainly not going across the line this time. Straight back over the head of the mid-on fieldsman. One angle into middle and leg.
$185 for 5. Richards goes to 10 with 2 boundaries after 11 deliveries. CCC requires a further 264 for victory.
Yeah, just a further update there. It didn't take too long.
We see Vikash Mohan waiting for the batsman as Primus doing some gardening on the non-striker end. Midon has dropped back deep to the boundary. Keon Otley. This one he just strokes it a short mid wicket. Brian Charles running around and picking it up. Forwards come Richards. BDC at forward short leg picks up, no run. Total remain on 185 for 5. Stroking his own to cover. Amir Django fields, no run. Here the banter on all the Trinidad players urging Vikash Mohan on. That brings the end of Vikash Mohan over. 185 for 5 after 60 overs has been completed. Wicket at 60, 67, 69, 165 and 165. So if you look at it in the 60s, 5 wicketers fell. Anderson Phillip will continue from the southern end.
News coming to hand. Guyana defeating Jamaican Scorpions all out for 206. Moti picking up that last wicket there, getting 3 wickets for 32 runs, along with St. Clair 3 wickets for 32 runs as well. Both spinners doing the damage for Guyana, earning their team victory. Moti having a good game, also getting a 50 in that game, now picking up 3 wickets in the second innings.
Primus hammer in this one past cover. Deep cover point, runs around and picks up for the batsman 2 runs. 187 for 5. Takes Roshan Primus to 7. Lovely weather at the University of the West Indies here. Sun out in all its glory. Another humid day again here.
That Guyana team will be brimming in confidence when they get to here next week to play CCC.
I think Vasu said it yesterday. Guyana is in the best position to win this 4-day tournament.
There'll definitely be some shuffling of that table on the leaderboard. Windward currently stand on top. Certainly positions will change between number 2, 3 and 4. Trinidad and Tobago. Just bonus points will separate them and Guyana at the conclusion of this Trinidad game.
The last round will be very interesting with the first and second. Leeward versus Windward in the last round. Very interested in that game.
Trinidad and Tobago will come up against that Jamaican team, just coming off that defeat there. But Jamaica will be at home in Kingston, and Guyana will be here playing at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground against CCC. Excellent batting strip here. Guyana making 424 runs in their first innings. Would love to come and enjoy batting on this strip here as well.
I think if you look at the last couple of games, Jamaica has played home a lot. The spinners have picked up all the wickets in Jamaica. Again, Guyana spinners picking up wickets in this game again. Short outside the off stump. Primus just pulling inside and letting it go. One signal are wide. One for the shoulder. So Jamaica opening batsman Lewis picking up 4 wickets in a game in Jamaica this year. Anderson Phillip 1 for 39 in his 12th over. Hostile pace from him here again today. Hitting it, cover, getting his hand to it. Easy single. Really hope the West Indies selectors, chairman, the Honorable Haynes is having a look at Anderson Phillip, if he's wrong. He has generated some good pace on every session he has bowled for the Red Force in this game. First inning in his opening spell was very quick, hostile bowling. Today again he continues with that in the 4th inning of a match.
CCC missing the services of Jonathan Carter. He did have a century for them as well as another 59 this season. 59 scored against Barbados by Carter in that middle order.
Beautiful deal. No ball call by the umpire. Beating Richards comprehensively and going into Josh the silver gloves. Probably just striding for extra bit of pace. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Jonathan Carter, senior statesman in West Indies cricket. Scored a 135 not out for CCC against Jamaica back in February. Certainly missing his talent and experience in the CCC team these last couple games.
Yeah, Richard just coming on his front foot and pushing it to mid-off. Mid-on. No runs. Total remain on 190 for 5. Anderson Phillip 1 for 41 in his 12th over. CCC requires a further 259 runs, scoring at a 3.12. Richards on 10 from 17 delivery and Primus on 8 from 17 deliveries.
Captain De Silva looking for another victory here under his belt. Leader of this Red Force team. Latter part of this season, 2024.
Anderson Phillip bowling with 2 slipper, gully, cover point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg on the boundary.
Remember that first game being rained out. Trinidad were batting 215 for 4. What a delivery from Anderson Phillip.
Short down the leg side. Richards hooking, missing.
You have a look at De Silva there with his footwork to take that delivery down the leg side. Excellent work from De Silva. Very quick delivery indeed.
And see another bowling change from the northern end. Kari Pierre returns back to replace Vikash Mohan. Mohan 1 for 20 in 5 overs. Got a breakthrough for them. And he got Evelyn LBW for 76. The total is 190 for 5. 61 overs bowled in this inning. They require further 259 runs for victory. Yeah, the physio comes on to have us with Roshan Primus. She's leaving the field now.
De Silva using his part-timers to great efficiency. Not only keeping the runs down, but managing to prize out key wickets as well. Yannick Utley used previously, picking up a key scalp of the opening batsman. Keon Utley rather, picking up that key scalp of Kamil Puran. Bowling 5 overs, getting 1 for 12. And we see Vikash Mohan here as well, picking up a key wicket, 1 for 20.
So Kari Pierre to Primus, a forward short leg, slip, cover point, short cover, deep cover, mid off, a deep mid on, a mid wicket, and a deep backward square in the boundary. Primus on his front foot. He's stroking his through mid wicket. Wouldn't reach the boundary. Hines gives chase, picks it up inside the boundary. They'll pick up 2. 192 for 5. Kerry Primus at 12 from 19 deliveries. Forward comes Primus, stroking the short cover. Picks up by Amir Django. The deep cover on the boundary, Vikash Mohan. Primus stroking this one hard on mid on. Jed Gully picks up on the boundary. Batsman easily runs a single. 193 for 5. Primus moves on to 11 from 21. And Richards comes into strike, goes on 10 from 18.
Kari Pierre bowling in the morning session, 14 overs on the trot, starting the day's play and bowling up to just 1 over before the luncheon interval. Picks it back up here again after Mohan getting that key wicket of Evelyn, who was looking very solid, going for 71. Well played runs. Did have a chance to Kari Pierre early on, an edge. Went to ground.
CCC requires a further 256 runs. Outside the off stump, no shot offer by Richards. Chase driving, coming out to the outside edge and going to cover point. No runs. Total remain on 193 for 5 at the end of the 62nd over. Carry repair 2 for 55 from 25. We will see a change of bowling from the southern end. Anderson Phillip has been bowling after lunch. They require further 256. And yes, as we look, we see Terrence Hines going to pick it up from the southern end. From the Sports and Physical Education Center end, southern side of the ground. And the batsman asks for the side screen to be moved to the western side.
Hines bowling 4 overs, the pre-luncheon period. Keeping the batsmen quiet, conceding just 5 runs in that 4 overs. Tried to test out the middle of the wicket early on in his spell, but settled again into that off-stump line where he's got most of his success.
So Hines to pick it up from the southern end, replacing Anderson Phillip. The Rocha Primus turn it backward square. Amir Django giving chase, picks it up. Restricts the batsman to 1.
Django fully recovered from that injury he sustained before lunch. Diving away to a catch at forward short leg, landing awkwardly on his shoulder. Seems to have recovered fully at right shoulder. Did underarm the throw back to the Silva, but he seems okay. Batsman weren't looking to get a run, so no need to put additional pressure on that shoulder.
Terrence Hines in his 9th over of the day, none for 27. CCC requires a further 255 runs for victory. Strike rate of 3.12. 2 slipper gully, cover point, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg for Terrence Hines. Bowling to Richards, who's on 10 from 20 deliveries. Coming in the front foot and guiding it to the gully, no runs.
The Trinidad and Tobago team would want to maximize time here. Don't need any delays for side screen under such. 5 wickets to get. Already after lunch, 30 minutes after lunch gone. Don't want to get too far past the tea session and looking for more than 5 wickets to get.
Just see Richards hitting the cover point to the right of cover point. Amir Django moving to his right and diving, partially stopping it. The batsman able to pick up a single.
Just making mention of Django there with that shoulder injury. Chasing that one around, tumbling down to his right on that very said shoulder. Clearly he's fully recovered from that. He went off the field for a bit, came back on before lunch, and there he is out there in the middle doing the business. It's a good sign for Trinidad and Tobago. You don't want to pick up any unnecessary injury to players going into that final round. All to play for in that last game. Exciting finish to the 2024 regional season. Very reminiscent of the top table in the EPL.
The Primus turn is on the short mid wicket, no runs. Total remaining on 195 for 5. Primus remain on 12 from 23 and Richards 11 from 22.
Liverpool, Arsenal, City. Club's name we'll not mention. all doing battle for that top 3 positions to qualify for Champions League and hold that trophy high, the EPL. Games taking place this morning, Saturday morning. Quick single there to Primus.
Jason Mohammed middle not picking it up cleanly. Batsman able to pick up a single. 196 for 5. Richards on strike. He's on 11 from 22, and Primus moves from 13 from 24 deliveries. CCC requires a further 253 runs for victory. They are the strike rate of 3.12. Again, we await the side screen to be moved to the eastern side.
Current game going on. Manchester United down 2-1 against Bournemouth.
That brings the end of the over, the 63rd over of the day, 196 for 5. Terrans complete his 9th over of this inning, none for 29. See a young lady under the tree taking some shade.
Newcastle United enjoying
been followed by another one
victory over Tottenham.
Our producer said 2 beautiful ladies. If Billy get distracted, he forget about the football.
Manchester City victors over Luton 5-1.
At the start of the new home repair, again the side screen has to be moved to the eastern side as the right-hander Rochard Primus takes strike.
Of course, Saturday on campus, no classes just yet. Encouraging the fans to come across to see the close of day 4's play. Should be very exciting. That Manchester City victory takes them to the top of the table on 73 points. Arsenal and Liverpool right on their heels at 71 points each on 2nd and 3rd place. Windward Islands here on top of the table.
And he's out!
Competition.
Primus trying to hit his ball off his back foot of a Carripier, getting an outside edge and straight into the hands of Brian Charles. CCC lost their 6th wicket on the stroke of the Blue Waters water break.
The Carripier coming back, getting his 3rd wicket. The outside edge of Roshan Primus, getting the batsman caught between forward and back, trying to force it off the back foot. Gets that outside edge and a smart catch taken there at first slip. And Primus goes for 13. Trinidad and Tobago get another wicket here. 6 wickets down, 196 for 6 in the 64th over.
And again that is followed through. A partnership starting to build, and when they look to be going well, TNT Red Force picking up a wicket. 196 for 6, and this could well be the writing on the wall for CCC.
Welcome back to the action here at UE Spec, and of course Spec standing for Sport and Physical Education Center in St. Augustine, or as my good friend Gerard Basu, who is alongside me, likes to call it St. Augustine. Welcome back, everyone. Carrie Pay is back as well.
So the wicket of Roshan Primus, a prized wicket of sorts. We know the caliber of Primus, the potential, the power, in fact, and he can spin a game on its head in an instant. But Carrie Pay, who went wicketless in the first innings, has now picked up 3 in the second innings. 6 wickets down, so that 256 again for the target seems all but very much impossible, not just improbable anymore. Yannick Otley and Demario Richards, though, will have something to say about that.
Yannick Otley batted well in the first innings for CCC. One of the only guys who really stood up for them. He's a very capable batsman, capable all-rounder. That seems to be played back there to Pay. That completes the first over after the first drinks break after lunch. It's 196 for the loss of 6.
With Yannick Otley coming in, I predict that at some point we're going to see Keon Otley bowling. And just to me, there he is at slip. There's Keon Otley. And there's the smile. It tells you that it's a thought that he's going to be bowling against his brother.
Carrie Pay, though, Gerard, with those 3 wickets, he now goes past you on the leading wicket taker list. You was on 0. Carrie Pay now on 3 for the day. 196 for 6. Here's Terence Hines. Oh, lovely delivery. So Terence Hines has been bowling well. He has been bowling tight. He's yet to pick up a wicket. I'm sure Josh De Silva is looking for a wicket from him. Of course, he has a lot more workload now with Shannon Gabriel not being able to feature today, Gerard.
It's one of the things that Gabriel has struggled with throughout his career, and it's understandable when you have a big unit like that. I walked past Shannon this morning during warm-ups and I felt so tiny. This one cut through the just forward a point, and Carrie Pay will retrieve. Yeah, when you have a big unit like that, it's something that is always possible, those little injuries that you pick up along the way. Of course, Shannon Gabriel has given yeoman service to Trinidad and Tobago cricket, and in particular West Indies cricket. Of course, he's had his career through the West Indies senior team at a time where it was really tough being a West Indian fan. But we do wish Shannon well, and hopefully he will be fit again. This one short of a length, and it's pulled up behind the square. Jet Gully won't get there, and there's going to be another boundary. So the Mario Richards are finding some form here. That boundary will bring up the 200 for the combined campuses and colleges. Still 240 odd runs away from victory.
Yeah, an absolutely gunning stroke there from Demario Richards. Richards, who has a couple of half centuries in this tourney and has looked solid throughout the entirety of the tournament. He's just showing his worth here for the CCC. They require a lot more than that, though. Gerard, you know, is it a case of the CCC team now with 6 wickets down going past 200, 247 runs still to get for a victory? Do you think it's a case of them looking to try to bat out the day now and look to draw the game, or do you think that they look to get those 200 odd runs again, if possible?
As I just mentioned, I mean, it's almost impossible, let alone improbable at this juncture. I think the one player that would have given them hope of actually chasing it down, possibly if they had something like 125, let's just say, in the final session, The one player to really go after it is the one player dismissed just before that drinks interval. And with Roshan Primus gone, I think now CCC may very well be leaning on that side of just saving the match. But having said that, they would understand, and they should understand, that even in batting to save the match, you don't want to just get put into a shell. You gotta still continue to progress the game, and as batters, you use the opportunity to form some type of score to your name.
Definitely so. Yeah, I think it's a case of survival really here for the CCC team.
So, of course, speaking about wins, losses, saving games, draws, two of the 4 games have been completed. The West Indies Academy going down by 158 runs. This one driven nicely through the covers. Carripier again will do the fielding. Seems as if Carripier is all around the park. He's everywhere. He's bowling, he's fielding in the covers, he's fielding down on the boundary.
Well,
he might put on the gloves of Joshua Da Silva just a moment.
well, you just never know.
So, as I was mentioning, that academy game finishing inside three days, going down to the Windward Islands Volcanoes, who are now at the top of the table. Given that the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Barbados Pride game is still underway. A nice delivery here, just past the outside edge. And a no ball called by umpire Taylor.
Yeah, no ball signal by umpire Christopher Taylor out of Jamaica. And the man who's also holds the position of football referee. All-rounder as well in his own right there, Gerard Basso.
And just to go back to that Pride and Hurricanes game, the Hurricanes are now just 29 runs adrift of making Barbados bat again. How much time they have to set a possible target for Barbados is going to be the question in that one, because Casey Carty is not out on 68.
Yeah, Casey Carty, someone with a lot of potential, and I always like the look of him, and it's just good to see him getting back in the runs, Gerard. We were speaking about that yesterday off air, as we see the over comes to an end. 65 ball, it's 205 for the loss of 6.
What the Barbados Pride will love, though, is that they've ripped through the middle order of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Joel Andrew just 4, Jama Hamilton just 3, and Jeremiah Louis for a duck. So the batting to come, Hayden Walsh, who's now at the crease with Casey Carty, the skipper, Rakim Cornwall, Archibald and Durham. So Leeward Islands are slipping away. So it doesn't seem that they will give the Pride much of a target. So you kind of fancy the Pride in that one. And again, that's going to open up the top of the table in particular, giving the top 4 teams, the Hurricanes, the Volcanoes, the Pride and the Happy Eagles, any one of those can win the title with that 7th round scheduled to start on the 17th of April next week.
Yeah, definitely so. And you mentioned that game coming up next week, a final, so to speak, in the Queen's Park Oval. And Carripier continues to bowl and bowl for a long period of time. He had a short break in between his spells. 3 wickets to him now. 3 for 55 in 26 overs. That's some economy rate we're looking at there.
And of course, the last game, that game just finishing, the Happy Eagles defeating the Scorpions by 212 runs.
Yeah, that's a big victory at Sabina Park. Carripier looking to give TNT Red Force the victory here. This one swept away nicely, and there is protection in the form of Anderson Phillip, who has his work cut out this afternoon as well. 207 for the loss of 6, actually 206 for the loss of 6 now. And alongside me, PB&J, Pablo, Basso and Gerard. All 3 of them alongside me. The man, Gerard Pablo Basso. On the camera, Kevin Mirage. Playing his shots since Wednesday. He's batted for a long time, Basso. You had a break though. You had Thursday off. This one peels off the outside edge. And
I didn't have Thursday off. I was
Well-
covering the quarterfinals of the secondary schools cricket league
well-
intercol quarterfinals.
well, good old Jerry, you were off on this game. That's what I was speaking about.
You didn't specify. I never have off days, my youth, according to my Jamaican friends. And of course, a lot of chatter going around the Caribbean presently about that Jamaica team and the non-inclusion of some of their most senior players like Nkrumah Bonner, and Jamaica Scorpions just really not finding their footing at all in this tournament this year.
Certainly, they had a poor season as Richards goes and goes big. That's 6 millimeters over the boundary rope. And what a good looking shot it was, just thumping play over long off. And that brings an end to the 66 to 214 for the loss of 6. Jid Gully makes his way to the fence. And wickets for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 3 to Kari pair, 1 apiece to Mohan and Philip. And just about 20 extras in that.
All you Rajasthan Royals fans will be happy. And Guyana gets a double dose today. They've won, the Happy Eagles. They've also gotten to see son of the soil, Shimron Hetmeyer, finish for the Rajasthan Royals. Of course, all these international players staking a claim to be in that book of coach Darren Sammy in about 49 days. Well, in fact, the team will be selected within possibly the next 30 days or so. With the World Cup just about 49 days away. And it's out of this world, just like that shot of the last delivery of the last over. Brian Charles will come back into the attack. I thought maybe with Yannick Otley on strike we would see Keon Otley back into the attack rather than Brian Charles.
I don't think the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force did get too carried away with that. What's most important here is that victory. Still may not be able to fight for a third place spot at the end, but just to get in good performances and write their names closer and closer to those selectors' books. Amir Django certainly already in prime position to be noted on one of the lines in those books, Gerard Basso.
Yeah, that's always a difficult task when you have, and the last time we were on commentary just around the lunch interval, I called out all the players who have one century up to the 5th round in the West Indies Championship, and then when you include those who have gotten centuries this round, the list has grown.
Yeah, for a moment when you were calling out those names and when you were analyzing those players, for a moment I thought I was in one of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board selectors room, or the West Indies Cricket Board selectors room.
It's a job that I don't want. I've always said that. Anyone who has known me for any point in time, and I have said as much to many of the selectors. Mr. Dayal, who's a selector, I've said that to Mr. Haynes as well. It's a headache I don't want, believe you me, because there are too many to choose from, and there's no way to pick an 11 to make everyone in the Caribbean happy. It's always going to be subjective. You're going to like Kari Pierre, I'm going to like Akil Hussain, just for example, because Kari Pierre is bowling now. But it is a difficult job, and I sympathize with all selectors anywhere around the world of cricket.
But I think one of the hardest places for selectors to operate is in India. the wealth of players that they have there. I don't think wealth is the correct word to be used to describe the amount of players that they have in India to pick from.
Pushed out into the offside. I think India and cricket is what Brazil and football are.
I think it's a well-married couple, India and cricket.
Yeah. I've always heard the stories that back in Brazil, when you're born, instead of putting one of those mobiles above your crib or giving you a teddy bear or a comforter or something, they give you a football. I think in India it's the same thing. When you're born, they give you a cricket bat or a ball.
Yeah, normally you tend to see some videos on social media that emerges, and when it emerged, Gerard Basso, you tend to see 7-year-old young men and young women batting. It could very well be their parents throwing the ball to them, the bowling machines, and the mannerisms and which they exhibit, is simply outstanding
Yeah,
at that age.
You and I have sat in the company of Mr. Dial for the last couple of days, and he's told us about some of his trips to India and going to a couple of the academies in Chennai as the Caribbean over comes to an end. And he's spoken about that. Facilities, for example, like the Sir Frank World Ground, and you have pockets of smaller pitches, so to speak, or pitches all around, and just pockets of groups of young children from the age of 8, 7, as young as that, just learning the game and learning the game properly, because they're all there with their pads and their gloves and all the necessary equipment and kit. So it's almost like forgive the expression, it's almost like a factory across there. And you talk about them being so young, and you said both boys and girls. About 2 years ago, the number 1 female batter in the world was Shafali Verma, and she was only 17 at the time.
Yeah, and as we see Brian Charles coming back into the attack, a loud appeal for leg before. Umpire Christopher Taylor nods in denial of the appeal of Charles, and Richards just retakes his guard and looks at the umpire.
I think he just nodded his head to Brian Charles. Brian Charles asking, was it going down the leg side? And I think that was the agreement there from umpire Taylor.
Just about 40 minutes away from the tea interval. Of course, for the combined campuses and colleges, that will be the first order of business. Getting through the next 50 minutes with minimal damage. Charles will having something to say. This one tucked around the corner. Good for Jet Green to do. Coming around from the long leg. Yeah, and you're speaking about those training facilities that Mr. Dial was telling us about. One of the biggest training facilities, I think if not the hub of cricket in India, the Azad Maidan in Mumbai, of course, with 22 cricket pitches. And of course, 22 cricket matches could be taking place at one point in time in that facility. And this was the place, of course, Gerard, where the likes of Vinod Kambli and Sachin Tendulkar would have emerged from. Yashasvi Jaiswal and all of these guys. Safraz Khan as well would have emerged from there. And it would have also been the home of where Sachin Tendulkar and Vinod Kambli themselves would have shared a 664-run partnership back in 1988.
You say 22 matches, and when you come from small islands as we do, it's so difficult to fathom that thought and fathom seeing that in front of your facility with 22 pitches, all spaced equally apart enough that you can play 22 games simultaneously. So the end of the Brian Charles over, 216 for 6, the combined campuses and colleges. And it seems like we are going to have a bowling change from this end. Carripier has made his way down to long on, long off, depending on where you stand, if it's a right or a left-handed batter. And indeed, it's going to be Vikash Mohan.
I think it's proper weather conditions for a cold coconut. It's excellent conditions for a cold coconut, Gerard Basu.
I learned not to get between friends.
And the coconut man is back.
I'm not going to get between you and Vikash Mohan. And so both athletes in frame. This one just off of the Q end of the bat, out of the gloves of Joshua Da Silva, running away. Brian Charles, Will Holiday now. So just a couple of runs. So Mohan and Otley in frame. The Mario Richards. It's always difficult those type of takes for a wicketkeeper, especially when you have the batter moving laterally across their crease in particular.
So at the moment, Cooley just offering some words of advice to Mohan. Whipped away nicely there by Richards.
Da Silva and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be telling themselves just 4 good deliveries. That's all it's going to take for us to complete this victory. Just 4 good deliveries.
Well, someone would have told us earlier that by 3 p.m. we'll be home, so we'll have to wait and see.
1 hour away from that time. And well, we saw 2 sets of wickets falling within 10 minutes of each other. Carripier's 2 wickets this morning fell within 10 minutes of each other, and then the 2 wickets after the interval fell within 10 minutes of each other. So 1 hour is quite a long time to go. Of course, the tea interval is 40 minutes away. Well fielded by Amir Jangu. Good to see him rolling around in the field. Of course, he had that slight injury to his shoulder when he dived at forward short leg, attempting a catch. Cut. And again, Jangu is to the ball. So good to see him quite mobile, agile as always.
You have to feel it for those groundsmen who continuously, at times after every delivery, have to keep moving the side screen.
Yeah, and they're going to be a lot busier now with a left and right hand combination.
Looks as though rain has joined us here at the UE Sporting Facility. It's a Frank Worrell Field.
And 4th official Kashi Sandy will have a good smile on his face because he did ask me that this morning. That was the first question. What's the weather today?
Well, I think I was just about to say resident weatherman here at Cricket 360. That's Billy Furlong. Has just made his way out of the tent, and now he is telling us that the rain is just passing through. He's saying that that's the tears of CCC, but I'm not too sure. Because you can't count them out just yet, you know, Gerard Basu.
You can't count them out, and the game of cricket is like that. You never call the game on until it's over. And Joshua Da Silva sending some of the fielders out, and he's probably going to get Yannick Otley off strike, and that's exactly what they do.
For a moment there, with the droplets of rain, Kevin Maraj should have took his chair, and he thought that he was going to get a break, but all of a sudden he just sprung up back to his camera position.
This is interesting by Joshua Da Silva because the Mario Richards is the one who's set. Yannick Otley is the one who just came to the wicket. And for Yannick Otley, he sent the fielders back And for Demario Richards, who's set, he's faced 39 deliveries, he's 29 runs, he's called them in.
Interesting indeed. And Richards doesn't look as he's gonna throw his hand away.
And I'm not one that believes too much in some of the matchups that people talk about, the left hand orthodox to the left hand batter and all that. But I guess when you think about it, with the off spinner Brian Charles bowling, it is a favorable matchup for the fielding team, taking the ball away from Demario Richards. Hence the slip in place, and those fielders on the offside. Short extra cover in a catching position, regulation cover, backward point, slip mid off. All in preparation for that ball leaving the batter.
Mid-pitch conference between Richards and Otley. And what do you think is the message from either men there, Basu?
I think it's just a matter of slowing up the game a tad. I don't think there was any real conversation as Brian Charles spins one past the bat. I think it was more of a, you okay? I'm okay. You okay? Yeah, we're good. Lifts this one in the air and over the head of the fielder, Sifa Scooper running back into the boundary as umpire Taylor signals 4 more to Demario Richards.
Well, that's a top shot there from Demario Richards, pitched up by Charles and taken full advantage of by Demario Richards, the wicketkeeper batsman for CCC. That's how the game is set up. 591 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force amassing in the first innings 218 to Amir Django, and also 154 to Jason Mohammed. And those were the 2 outstanding knocks for the men in red, white and black. And more white than red and black though on their uniforms. Of course, it's the 4-day game.
Carey Pierre will continue. Another marathon spell from him. And it's test. It's a testament to his fitness, I think, when you think of Carey Pierre. He bowled practically the entire morning session from this end. And he's been bowling the better part of the last hour and a half since we came back out after lunch. Just the 1 over from Vikash Mohan from this end. And then reverting to Carey Pierre here.
A lovely bowling by Pierre. She needs to mix it up a bit here now. Where's that next wicket coming from? Will be on the mind of Josh De Silva. Keon Otley at slip. Looking to play that one delicately down the leg side, and Carey Pierre tightening up that line just a bit. Richards can't make contact. Immediately Otley's having a word with him there, Gerard. Don't try anything out of the ordinary, I'm sure he's telling him.
Yeah, I think that's the exact advice that he's giving him. It's kind of ironic of sorts because Demario Richards is the batter who's set.
Yeah, definitely so. But yet still that doesn't mean that a man with the experience of Yannick Otley can't, correct him, because he's of course the younger of the 2 men.
And here we see again, coming down to the end of the over, 1 delivery to go. And Josh De Silva has decided to send everybody back and give Demario Richards the single if he wants. And he doesn't take the single. He's going to take it now. But he thought of not taking it. So it just seems to me that Joshua De Silva wants to be bowling at Demario Richards, possibly because he wants to get the set batter out. Of course, yeah, that off spin match up to that off spinners match up to the left hander. As I said, I'm not one who's a big believer in those matchups because I think a left arm orthodox bowler of the quality of Carey Pear has gotten a number of left handers out in his career. So that matchup should not matter.
If you're a bowler, you should be able to bowl to any batsman.
Exactly. A left arm orthodox is the ball turning into the left-handed batter. It's the same thing as if Ruston Chase is bowling to Craig Brathwaite. A right arm or spinner tuning the ball into the right-handed batter.
But yet still, you know, you have to speak about the matchup just for the mere fact that the ball is going away from the left-hander. Of course, with a leg spinner bowling to a right-hander or a left-arm orthodox spinner bowling to a right-hander, you will get the same topic. This one, a quick single taken, good running, good urgency from Richards and Utley.
Again, while we sit and analyze all these things, it'll be interesting to know what's going through that young chap's mind. The one center of screen, Joshua De Silva, still learning his trade, both with gloves in hand and as a skipper.
For the folks that were looking on yesterday, of course, there was a sign on the fence that said caution, cricket in progress and flying ball. Well, today that sign has changed. It's caution, cricket in progress and flying stumps. Here we go, Gerard Basso. Or flying bailers, good old Billy Furlong corrects me. He'll be back shortly. Him and Mr. Dial will be back in your company. Kevin Gregg will be in your company later this afternoon, just after the game ends. We'll be hearing the voice of Kevin. It's about 25 minutes to tea, Gerard. Four of the 6 wickets out bowled, Gerard. If you were there, it would have been 5.
Two of those, two of those definitely beautiful deliveries. First up this morning from Carey Pear.
Definitely. Charles yet to pick up a wicket. That's not the typical brand, Charles. Gerard. And Charles normally by this time would have had 3 or 4 wickets already. But he's keeping things quiet, though.
And that's just it. I think I'm wondering now if Joshua De Silva is just keeping things just status quo, as they say, to give Anderson Phillip perhaps a boost just before the tea interval.
To be very honest, I think, you know, I think Joshua De Silva could have introduced Anderson Phillip now, especially with Yannick Utley coming in, and he's pretty fresh. Yes, he's faced some 30-odd deliveries, but he's only on 6, and Mario Richards on 35. I think that, you know, we could have seen Anderson Phillip rough them up a bit. Was working up ahead of steam in the last couple of overs. Picking up the crucial wicket of Shamar Brooks, breaking that partnership of Brooks and Primus.
Yeah, that was definitely a key wicket, as was the wicket of Roshan Primus, and the set Damel Evelyn.
Yep.
I think those 3 wickets in particular today have set CCC back just a tad, because when you look at how Evelyn and Brooks were going, they were really comfortable, and you got the feeling at that point in time that they were going to bat as long as possible just enough to give themselves a chance. This one swept. There is cover down there in Terrence Hines at the mid-wicket boundary. You got that feeling that they were batting both to save the game, but they were progressing the game fast enough that they were hoping that they can give themselves a chance of probably just before tea and after tea just going after the target.
Yeah, when that partnership was going on, Gerard, between Primus and Brooks, I really thought that CCC would have had a chance, to, if not win the game, but draw the game. But it's not looking that way at the moment with this situation that we have on our hands here now.
Yeah, win. I don't think they're thinking win. I think they're
Certainly.
thinking. I think they're thinking no. Definitely, I am getting the impression from the combined campuses that they are thinking bat out. First thing first to tea without losing any other wickets. The tea interval is just about 20 minutes away, 25 minutes away, in fact.
Nice looking shot. Backward of point. This could run away for 4, Actually, it stops millimeters away from that backward point fence. Terrence Hines going down there. Looks to be the physio of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team hanging out down at backward point. That completes 74 overs. It's 233 for 6. Myself and Gerard Basso is going to take all leave from the commentary booth, and you're going to be hearing the voices of Mr. Billy Furlong and Mr. Deonarine Dial.
Welcome to back to the University of West Indies ground. How the producer talking about a win. I think the only win CCC could do is check the play with machine. I think the other option George De Silva has the new ball is due in 6 overs time. 74 overs has gone. And 233 for 6 after 74 overs. Richards on 38 from 55 and Yannick Otley on 7 from 33. Charles continuing from the southern end. None for 33 after 11.1. CCC requires 215 runs in the days for victory.
The various, very curious field placing positions there with our last 2 commentators in place, trying the extravagant. There were 2 men on the offside. This time 3, a deep backward square to the off spinner. Correction, deep point to the off spinner. Curious indeed. Cover fieldsman. There is a long off in place. Clearly the plan has been to get Richards back on strike. With this type of field placing, we've seen them do it quite often in the last few overs. Prefer to bowl at the batsman Richards, and the field accommodating that.
See a slip forward, short leg, cover, long off, deep cover point, mid wicket, wideish mid wicket, long on, and a deep backward square. Legion is hard of the back foot to cover. Anderson Phillips doing well to pick up. No run.
The reflexes of Anderson Phillip in that cover area has been exceptional. There are a couple of them just springing up at his face, driven along the ground, and he managed to just hold it in still.
I think with 3 wickets after lunch has put CCC chances of anything out of this game for winning. Right now they'll be eyeing the bat as long as possible. T is not far, about 15 minutes away. They'll have to regroup after and see how far they can go with the spear. Quick single taken by Yannick Otley and Richards. pushing it on the offside. That comes to the end of that's the over. Brian Charles finishes 237 for 6 after 75 overs. Richard Nadal on 39 from 57 deliveries, and Yannick Otley on 10 from 37.
Batting to come still, Siddiqui Henry in the dugout. Romario Graves. And then the opening pair of Blades and Goodrich. So to price a wicket out here for the Silver, either one of these batsmen really. Richards looking set on 39. Runs coming quite easily. Carey Peer continuing.
Require further 212 runs for victory. Carey Peer from the northern end to Yannick Otley. And he cuts that beautifully for 4.
That's Lewis on the boundary there, will retrieve.
Backward point and cover had no chance of it. Both of them still watching it.
Lewis not playing in this game, however, will just toss it back.
Short outside the off-stump, and Yannick only getting on top of it and hitting it hard through point. Just take the total 241 for 6. Yannick Otley goes to 14.
Slow hand clap going on from the fielders out there in anticipation of a wicket falling.
Forward he comes, forward short leg picks up. Slip, cover point, cover, short cover, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, short mid wicket. And a deep backward square for Yannick Otley. Just remains on his back foot and playing it easily. Just what the Silver walks around and picks up.
A little shimmy down the wicket there, but quickly back into his crease. Threatening just to come down the wicket to Carey Peer. Rethinking it. With that delivery there from Carey Peer. Have the batsman caught in two minds if to get forward or play back. On that occasion, Yannick just playing back to that ball, dangerously so.
.241 for 6. Still require further 208 runs.
Carey Peer working on Yannick Otley here.
That's the end of the over. 76 overs finished. 4 overs for the new ball, and it is possible that the Silver will be eyeing that new ball as soon as possible.
They're just resting Anderson Phillips until that point comes. If we do manage to get that 4 overs in just before tea, Anderson Phillips might just come on for 1 over before that tea break.
Yes. So definitely I think he will be looking at that option with the new ball and unleashing Anderson on them. Must say Anderson Phillips worked up a lot of pace in this both inning. He was the quickest on the show for this game. Goodrich had a fair amount of overs on the opening spell of the first day. But Anderson have shown every spell he came on to bowl, all was hostile.
Yeah, just 6 overs today from Anderson Phillips. He'll be feeling a little bit fresh. If these two pair in operation now get through that 4 overs, we could well see that new ball being taken with 1 over to go to tea. And if we do have Anderson Phillips luckily getting that breakthrough, not sure if he can pick up 2 wickets in 1 over, but then it will give the umpires the option with 8 wickets down to just play through that tea session and take it till 3 o'clock before the tea break. All of those options are up for grabs if the new ball is taken. Wicket pending, of course. There is Anderson in the outfield.
Probably if they have one over for that new ball, he may well think about letting the spinner bowl and come fresh after tea with that new ball. If it's only one over required till tea when it's due.
All the intricacies of the game, time being critical factor in those decision making. Two spin pair operating here, carry pair very quickly through his overs. Brian Charles as well.
This is why I was saying yesterday. I was very surprised that Trinidad went back and bat. But they still have a lot of time. They need 4 wickets here today. .242 for 6. Yannick Otley on 14 from 45 and Richards 40 from 59. Brian Charlson is 13th over, none for 39. As we see, the tractor prepares again to move the side screen to the eastern side of the ground.
They're just stepping into the shoes of the Captain De Silva as well. Perhaps wanting to earn a side of caution, give his fast bowlers just a little bit longer break, trying to come back out on as much runs as possible. They had an additional break with the tea period. Anderson Phillips would have had ample time to get a little massage, get his feet up a little bit.
Which is coming forward.
Yeah, two guys close in there. We saw Anderson Phillips again. He was also being used as a short extra cover to the bowling of Carey Pierre in the previous over. Carey Pierre is going to continue now. Actually, looks to be another change here.
Jed Gully.
We saw him limbering up a little bit. He was feeling close to the boundary edge here. He was doing some stretches. Thought it was just to keep his mind on the game. But he seems to be going to throw down a few here. We've seen every change that De Silva has made within the first or second over. He's plucked a wicket out of thin air.
Carey Pierre has been removed from the top end after 31 overs. 3 for 74. Jed Gully takes it up from the northern end with a require of 206 needed. Yannick Otley will be taking strike.
Just as well, just giving Carey Pierre a little bit of a break as well. We saw Vikash Mohan. They were operating in 2 over spells for a short period of time. Here's Gully now.
Slip forward, short leg, short mid wicket, long off, short long off, long on, and a deep backward square. Deep cover point for Jed Gully. He turns this one here. Short mid wicket. Keon Otley just moves around to his right and pick up. No run. See Jed Gully to Yannick Otley. Forward and stroking the cover. Amir Django picks up. Total remain on 243 for 6. Further 206 required by CCC. As was mentioned earlier, this was a typical good time for Roshan Primus to be there to turn it into a T20 game. Yeah, Yannick Otley coming in back one, stroking it past Amir Django cover. He's going to run around, pick it up. They're going to pick up 2. Nicely played off the back foot, well timed. 245 for 6. Carries Yannick Otley to 17 from 51.
The CCC team, 238 in their first inning, have gone past that now. 245 for 6. A better performance with the bat.
Again, stroking out of the back foot through the covers. Navin BDC runs. Jason Mohammed runs around and picks up. They'll pick up 2. That ends Jet Gooley's first over. Not.
They're now 51 runs, both batsmen Yannick Otley and Richards. Richards getting 29 runs in that partnership and Otley 19, just pointing to the fact they've gone past that first inning score of 238. Now 247 for 6. Of course, the field being spread as it is, there's a lot of room for the batsmen stay there, stroke the ball around. They're going to get that ones and twos. The odd bad delivery being put away. First over from Jed Gooley. A couple balls going for 2 runs each, yielding 4 runs in that over. Gooley showing good control as well. Coming on, he's not a regular bowler in this team so far this season, but he does come on there doing the job as Charles continues from the southern end. A little bit of a misfield there. Batsman take the opportunity to get that single. Yannick Otley calling Richards through. Easy run in the end. Wild throw coming in there from cover. All in all, today the feeling has been good from the Trinidad and Tobago outfit. They'll be relatively proud of the performance they've put out there in the field, taking some exceptional catches. Joshua De Silva having the Midas touch. Any bowler he brings on part-time, doing the job, taking that wicket, waving their magic wand. Mohan and Keon Otley picking up wickets.
Brian Charles from the southern end. Bowling to Yannick Otley. 248 for 6. And he's bowled him. Bowled him. Kept very low. Yannick on the back foot. Ball didn't get up. Hit his leg stump.
He was just about to mention the fact that Charles has not gotten a wicket. Mohan and Otley getting that wickets for the captain. This time Brian Charles does get that wicket. His first wicket here in the second innings. 1 for 40 now. A ball pitched just on about the off stump, keeping that fraction bit low. And Yannick Otley going on to the back foot to try and cut the off spinner. And chopping it on, as it seems, onto his stumps with that one keeping low. Very unfortunate dismissal for him. He did have that 56 not out in the first innings, and now he's gone.
So the new batsman coming in is Romario Graves. They have spinner all-rounder. At 248 for 7. We're in the number 78.2 overs.
For another wickets falls within this 5-minute interval or so before the tea break, the umpires do have the chance to extend the playing period. They're looking at that again. They're just chopping it on there. Yannick Otley, 19 runs, was looking so good. We are very disappointed there. You could see it there.
Could see the disappointment in Yannick Otley. Short outside the off stump, keeping low, coming back to cut it, taking the inside edge and hitting his leg stump.
All in all, it's been a good all-around performance from the Trinidad and Tobago players. A lot of the batsmen getting into the runs, including, we didn't make mention of this too often enough, Joshua De Silva getting back amongst the runs, scoring 79 at a very quick pace off of 95 deliveries, providing the impetus in that innings, sharing a partnership with Amir Django and both batsmen, putting on over 100 run in partnership, accelerating when they needed to accelerate and putting Trinidad in that very strong position. A position now that they are reaping the rewards where they can set the field as they like and put as much pressure on this CCC tail end.
Grace coming on the front for them, stroking the cover. Anderson Phillip picks up, no run. 248 for 7. Richards on 41 from 61 deliveries.
There's two slips in place. A man in front of the bat, and this one is hoisted up in the air. Anderson Phillip is tracking back. He's very fast. He's not going to get there. Over his shoulder, just falling behind him. A shot in the dark there, really. Trying to get maximum runs there. Not sure the occasion calls for it. A bit of excitement out there in the middle. Ball skied up into the air. Anderson Phillips tracking back, couldn't get there.
I think it's a shot in this heavy sunshine here. Romario is going to hit it over long off.
Trying to lob Anderson Phillips, Romario.
Not getting the pitch of the delivery. It's kind of to deep cover. Anderson Phillip couldn't get around. Run back and take it. And the batsman take a single.
That would have been the opportunity for the 8th wicket there. Just to try and push this tea break back a bit to get that extra 2 wickets. Opportunity gone a begging. Will surely break for tea after the end of this over. Richards on strike. He's on 41.
It is possible we might have one over before tea. .249 for 7. Richards on 41 from 62 deliveries. And that ends the over. CCC requires only 200 runs for victory.
Dial, when you were out there, surely you'd have been down, prodding the middle of that wicket, doing some gardening, calling for a change of gloves, not to have to face this extra over. Little bit of experience, lack of experience by the batsman out there.
Probably a change of type too.
Even asked for the side screen to be shifted a bit. Do something, not to have to face this over. Regardless of the fact that it's Jed Gooley going to bowl it. Going to have some changes in the field here.
Jed Gooley continues from the northern end. Cover point. 4 short leg slip. Mid wicket, deep backward square. Long on. Long off.
Really baffling
Deep,
though, these field changes, Dio.
Long off short.
Why spread the field? A new batsman on strike. Richards at the opposite end is 41. Giving away that single.
Anderson Phillip deep mid wicket. Hines backward square. As Gooley into Greaves. Turns this one on the leg side. And we'll run into the fence for 4. That's the 250 for CCC. For 7. Richards on 41. Greaves moves to 5.
Yet again, we see that field being spread. Jed Gooley on the attack, and now the field comes in. Just that man, Anderson Phillip.
Carry pair with 3 wickets in this inning. Brian Charles 2. Anderson Phillip 1. Vikash Mohan 1. And of all, Keon Otley 1 yesterday getting the breakthrough. There's Greaves just angling it to Gully. Well fielded by Brian Charles in the first slip. It's turning this one to short mid wicket. Amir Django picks up no run. Total remain 253 for 7. Romario Greaves on 5. Richards on 41. Jed Gooley in his second over. Just turning this one to forward short leg. Navin Bidesi feeling well. Picking it up.
Gooley has the option to just hang one up in the air. He has fieldsmen in the deep.
Let's see.
Tempt the batsman.
Jed Gooley goes around the wicket. The side screen will have to be moved. So Jed Gooley changing to around the wicket. 2 deliveries left. Could well be the last 2 delivery for T. Will be. The side screen may have taken up the extra seconds. sweeping, loud up in, loud out, pitching leg stump, the leg only feeling it, can repair. Just play, sit on his back one, turn it forward, retrieves, no run, and that's tea. So at tea at the third day, CCC 253 for 7. Greaves on 5, Richards on 41. They need a further 196 runs in the last session, with 15 overs in the last hour. And with that, we take a break here at tea time and join you in 20 minutes time. Welcome back to the University of the West Indies cricket ground and we resume play after tea. CCC 253 for 7 after 80 overs. Maro Greaves on 5 from 8 and Richards on 41 from 63. They require a further 196 runs for victory. The last over of the day, 15 overs required to bowl. So Yannick Otley being bowled the last over of the tea interval. Charles to pick up the attack from the southern end. Sports and Physical Education Center end. 80 overs bowled, the new ball is due. Joseph De Silva continue with his spinner, with the spin. Brian Charles from the southern end. Slip, forward short leg, backward square, cover point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a short mid wicket. Greaves on, Richards will take strike on 41.
Charlo getting the opportunity, Brian Charles that is, to continue on after getting that wicket of Yannick Otley. Skipper giving him another go at it in the 81st over. So that new ball is due. Anderson Phillip is out there. No doubt he will take that new ball when the time comes. Terence Hines as well, the other bowler, medium pacer.
Caribbean first slip, Vikash Mohan cover point, Yannick Keon Otley at cover. Little bunks there, hitting the gloves, forward defensive, wrapping him on his gloves. Amir Jangu short cover. Navin Bidesi at forward short leg. Jed Gully backward square. Anderson Phillips short mid wicket. Again some extra bunks there. Hitting high on the button, rolling to first slip. Caribbean taking on the first bunks. Total remain at 253 for 7. And Richards on the front foot. That completes the first over after the tea interval. The total remains on 253 for 7 after 81 overs. Romario Greaves on 5 from 8. And Richards on 41 from 69.
We saw in that over there from Brian Charles getting some bounce and turn. I haven't seen too much of that from that end, but this is the last session on day 4. You would get some purchase off the wicket there. Bowlers' foot marks and all, cracks opening up in the hot, dry weather here today. Gonna continue with off spin, Jed Gully from the northern end. He will be bowling to Romario Greaves. Carrie Pierre joins us at long on. There is a backward square on the boundary as well. And Anderson Phillips in that mid-wicket area. Straight mid-wicket as well in that of Cephas Cooper.
Gully from the northern end continuing his third over. CCC requires a further 196 for victory. Hitting this one to long on. Caripia picks up an easy single for Greaves. He goes to 6.
Gully just dragging that one down there with the arm. Punch down the ground. Left-hander comes in to strike. Richards.
Jed Gully 2.2 over, none for 9. $254 for 7. CCC require further 195 runs for victory. Richards on 41, Greaves on 6. Now a gully comes into place.
Anderson Phillips just limbering up there. 3 men in the dugout to come: Siddiqui Henry, Amari Goodridge, Jediah Blades. Carripier being called up from that boundary at mid-off. Try to cut that signal out now.
Just over Navin BDC head at mid-wicket. It will run into the boundary. Yeah, Richard hitting it well up, chucking it to mid-wicket, just over Navin BDC's head. Short. Richards on the back foot. That brings to the end of the over. 258 for 7. 82 overs gone. .258 for 7. Brian Charles continue from the southern end, the Sports and Physical Education Center end. 259 for 7. Richards coming forward, stroking it back down to Brian Charles. Score remain on 259 for 7. Richards on 45 from 74 delivery. Again, he's forward short leg picks up with Navin Bidesi under the helmet. CCC require further 190 runs for victory. Quicker one from Brian Charles, which is just opening the face and running to cover point. No run. Brian Charles in his 16th over of the inning. Again opening the face and going straight to cover point. Where Vikash Mohan picks up. No run. 259 for 7. A strike rate of 3.13. At this stage they will need a higher strike rate if they are to get into the required runs to win this game. But at this position all seems likely they are playing for a draw.
Richards just approaching that half-century mark. Want to get there without any incident.
See Richard just coming forward and nudging it down. The first slip just picking it up onto his left. That ends the over. After 83 overs, it's 259 for 7. Vikash Mohan 1 for 22 from 6 and Carripier 3 for 74 from 31. Jet goalie to pick it up from the northern end. Brian Charles 1 for 42 from 16 overs.
At some point, we expect to see Anderson Phillip back into the attack with the new ball.
Yes, Billy, I think anytime we have to see Anderson Phillip back, it has to be the new ball. Four. Forward a point for 4. $264 for 7. Further 185 runs required by CCC. Richard moves to 49 from 79 deliveries and Romero agrees on 8 from 12. The goalie in a quicker delivery and Richard forward. Silly Point just running around to his right and picking it up. Navin BDC under the helmet. Loud appeal. Don't know if it's a LBW or a court, but the ball went one bounce to the first slip.
Clearly hit into the ground there. Crowd catch. All 11 players went up. Clearly hitting that one into the ground.
Coming off the pad and one bounce to the first slip. Yeah, Richards on the back foot just punching it to short cover. Cephas Cooper picking up. Both substitutes on the field.
Clearly cutting that one into the ground. In front of Joshua De Silva. And
Forward again comes Richard. Just running it to the left of Gully. Keon Otley moves around and picks up no run. Total remain at 264 for 7. Cephas Cooper and Navin BDC on the field for Shannon Gabriel and Amir Django. Brian Charles from the southern end, the Sports and Physical Education Center. He's into his 17th over. pushing this one to deep cover point, picking up an easy single. Jet Gully running and picking up. .265 for 7. We are in the 85th over. Richards on 49. Romario Greaves on 9. Forward come Richards. Joshua De Silva picks up. Driving a short extra cover, well fielded by Keon Ortley. No runs. Hitting it to his right. Yeah, he's asking for the side screen to move to the eastern side of the ground. .265 for 7. Ryan Charles in his 17th over. 1 for 43. Strike rate of 3.12 CCC is going up. So comes on the front foot. That's the end of the over. .265 for 7.
Just thinking about it there, as a batsman walking back out after the tea break and knowing that the new ball is due, who is the one person you wouldn't want to be facing with that new ball in hand? They would have been mindful of that, expecting that Anderson Phillip might be coming into the attack. He is there limbering up. Seen 4 overs after the drinks break gone. New ball available. De Silva there is having some discussions with his players. Jet Gully is still with ball in hand. Part-time off spinner for Trinidad and Tobago.
We have a big seamer on Trinidad team, Keon Ortley.
Even Carrie Pierre is no stranger to bowling with the new ball. Brian Charles as well, if need be.
Jet Gully continuing from the northern end, his 5th over of the day. There, Greaves just turning it back over square. Gets a single. .266 for 7. Greaves moves on to 10. Brings Richards on 49 to take strike. Requesting them to move on the side screen again.
Field changes again. 2 slips. Short cover point in front of the bat. Catching men.
Driven hard to the right of the short extra cover there. Well, and that brings up his 50.
I tell you what, I think Navin Bidesi in front of the bat, they got a hand to that, you know. It was in the air. Cries of catch it. It was powerfully struck. In the air, Navin Bidesi flinging himself to his right. I think he got a hand on that, slowed the pace off of it. That man at cover there, Django doing the fielding. Trying to effect a run out as well. 2 bites at the cherry there. Possibility of trying to get a wicket by catch, shot a little bit aerial and a chance for a run out as well. Had that stick in the hands of Bidesi, there would have been an exceptional catch.
Quicker delivery from Jet Gully there. Going through Greaves, taken by Joshua De Silva. Richards, 50 runs and 87 ball, 5 fours and 2 sixes at a strike rate of 57.47.
Gully creating chances here with the ball. Sharp chance there to the man in front of the bat. Then one beating the outside edge. This one missed time by Mario Grays. Chet Gully working that off spin of his.
CCC continues to hold on here, hold the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team up. We are in the 86th over of the day of the inning. Again, Greaves on his back foot. Just pushing out a shot. Cover point, no run. The end of the over. At the end of 86 overs, the score is 267 for 7 at a strike rate of 3.11. Greaves on 10. Richards on 50. CC requires another 157 runs, 87 runs, sorry. Romario 50 runs from require for the 182 runs here, CCC. And Billy, we see what you have been calling for. Anderson Phillip has taken up from the southern end.
Yeah, most definitely. Can't come soon enough for him. He's been eager to get in that ball, that new cherry in his hand. Eager to go after this tail and to add to his wickets of 29. He has one slip thus far. The 182 runs to get. The opportunity here for the Silver to be as experimental as he wants, trying to prize out these last wickets here. We are just 25 minutes after the tea interval. You want to get these wickets as quickly as possible and not have to go into that last hour of play still trying to get those two or three wickets. Chance to put a second slip in as well.
So Anderson Phillip wrong the wicket, a slipper gully, cover point, short cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square and a fine leg. Richards comes on the front foot and is easy to mid off. Jason Mohammed picks up, no run.
86 overs bowl with that old ball. 65 overs of that being in today's play. Anderson Phillip just about 6 overs for the day thus far. He'll be fresh after a lunch and tea break. Having a long break. He'll be raring to go here to get at Richards. Richards is on 50 of 88 balls.
Kane, this one keeping a bit low. Joshua De Silva taking on the first bounce. Anderson Phillips are wrong the wicket to Richards. There you see Joshua De Silva taking on the first bounce, rolling over with it.
And he's done well behind the stumps for these 4 days. Taking an exceptional catch in the first innings, diving away to his right. A ball that would have not carried to first slip. Excellent catch from him.
I think both wicketkeepers had a good game.
Most definitely, and with Richards getting 50 in this innings here now, both keepers making half centuries as well.
And that's the new ball. The new cherry's been taken. And yeah, the umpire signals. The new ball has been taken, the new cherry.
See if there's any changes to the field.
There he signals.
Umpire Taylor with the new ball there. He's tossing it to Hines. The old ball off the field in the hands
And yes,
of the third umpire, Sandy.
2 slips comes in now. The second slip comes in. Vikash Mohan in first slip. Brian Charles in second. Kian Otley in the gully. Navin BDC at cover point. Keon Otley. Caripia short cover. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket and a deep fine leg. Richards let the first one go outside the off stump.
Nice carry there to Joshua De Silva, taking it above the waist to his right. Angling into the batsman. Caripia just tossing it back to Otley. Just wide of Otley, trying to keep him on his toes, being prepared for anything that comes his way.
Anderson Phillips staying around the wicket to the left-hander with the new ball.
Watch the helmet.
Chess coming out of the wicketkeeper gloves. Richard leaving it outside the off stump. Josh not taking it cleanly.
Just singing his praises there, commentators curse. For sure.
Gets a bye. 267 for 7.
There are two helmets behind there. Luckily, it didn't crash into them. The ball did crash into the helmet of Siddiqui Henry. He's been off the field. McCarthy taking his place as the concussion sub. Batting already being dismissed for no score.
I see Jed Gully going on the third man in front of the parents' pavilion. There's a tent to our extreme left. He's pushing it out. That ends Anderson Phillips over. His 13 for the inning, 1 for 41. And that takes the total to 268 for 7 in 87 overs completed, 23 extras. And there we see two lovely young ladies from the University of the West Indies taking in this game.
Caripia will take the new ball as well. He's no stranger to bowling with the new ball. He has it in his hands there. He's going to operate from the north end, replacing Jed Gully. There's 3 for 74. Had a chance at a fourth wicket, but chance put down. He'll toil again. Surely want to add to the wickets column. Didn't get any in the first innings. Picked up 3 so far. Excellent bowling from him. Marathon spells from him as well. 31 overs for him in this innings.
CCC requires a further 181 runs for victory.
14 of that overs from him coming in the morning session. Bowling almost through to from the start of the day's play to the luncheon interval. He's bowled a further 17 overs.
Caripia from the northern end. He's bowling to Richards on 50. Just hitting Joshua De Silva gloves, coming off the batsman gloves. Not able to hold on to it to the first slip. And it's 4 runs. Coming off the batsman, high up on the handle. Hitting Josh's gloves and diverting past the first slip. Let's have a look at it again. Have another look at it. Yes, coming up high on the bat handle. Richard comes forward to the next delivery. He goes to 54 from 95 deliveries. 272 for 7.
Just wondering if Otley may have been blinded a little bit there by the exaggerated bounce. Joshua De Silva trying to ride the take as well. Might have obscured the vision of the first slip. Difficult chance, but chance going a begging. This one hoisted into the air. over cover and will go into the boundary. That new ball, you will get purchased for shot if you get bad onto it. Taking his chances there. Going after that delivery there, Richards. He's well set on 50. Going after it. Getting another boundary.
That takes it total to 272 for 7. A further 173 is needed. He goes to 58 from 97 deliveries. Bit quicker delivery from Caripia. Just short mid-wicket. Amir Django picks up. That ends the over. Caripia after 32 overs. 3 for 82.
Just about 4 chances going a begging. Couple of them going to hand but not quite sticking. 4 chances going to ground for Trinidad and Tobago. We want to get these last 3 wickets here. 277 for 6.
So Romario Greaves on 10 from 21. And Richards 58 from 98 deliveries. And we're going to see Anderson Phillip from the southern end coming over the wicket now.
He'll be very eager to pick up at least 1 wicket here and get into the last 2 batsmen, Goodridge and Blades. The key wicket here, Richards set on 58. Giving chances but still there nonetheless. Graves there on 10 with him, keeping him company, trying to see out the day's play and bring this game to a draw for his team.
There's Greaves leaving this one out. Leaving this one outside the off stump. Keeping a bit low. De Silva taking this one cleanly. 2 slipper gully, cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, fine leg and mid wicket.
We're getting into crunch time right now. It's after 3:30 on the last day. We do have a new ball on show. Anderson Phillips, leading strike bowler in. Excitement coming down at the end of the day's play.
That's a beautiful shot. Hit to the right of cover. Navin Bidesi dive in, have no chance of it. Extremely beautiful shot from Greaves. Just leaning on his front foot there and timing that ball super. The partnership is 32 from 60 deliveries.
We saw him hit that shot in the first innings. Glorious cover drive from him then. I think he went for 14 runs. Yeah, he's showing his ability again with the bat. Exquisite cover drive for 4.
280 for 7. We're in the 89th over. Just hitting him on the upper the thigh pad there.
Start on the right thigh there. Some batsmen opt to have that protection there. Some batsmen don't have it. I see he does have some padding there, but it would have gotten some flesh as well. Painful when that ball strikes you there. Might have just been that yard faster after that boundary hit off of Phillips.
Anderson Phillip in his 14th over of the inning. He's pushing this one out to short cover. Cephas Cooper picking up, no runs.
Not a good looking cover drive there from Graves. He does look the part with the bat. Does have a couple good scores this season.
CCC requires only 169 runs for victory. Hard onto the tie pad there. Grease trying to turn it around, hitting the tie pad, going to backward square, pick up a leg by.
Graves does have a couple 50s this season. Has a 63 against the Windward Islands.
281 for 7. Richards on 58. Grease on 14.
Yeah, 250s there to him at 58 as well against the Leeward Islands. So there is ability there with the bat. 2 half centuries for Graves this season.
Two slip on a gully for Richards, who's on 58.
Richards on strike on 58, 281 for 7. Fighting on here, try to bring this game to a draw for his team.
Yeah, Richard leaving this one outside the off stump, taken by Joshua De Silva. No runs. That's the end of the over. Anderson Phillip completes 14 overs in this inning, 1 for 45, 281 for 7. We saw Evelyn earlier today 73 from 182 delivery, and Shamara Brooks 62 from 101 deliveries. See, like Richards is getting some attention from the physio. Believes his finger.
Yeah, calling for the physio to have a look at that left hand of his. We knew he had a lash on that finger when he was wicket keeping earlier on. We didn't pick up anything while he was batting in this innings. Just affecting him now.
So Caribbean picking up from the northern end in his 33rd over. Forward come Greaves. He's on 14 from 26. 281 for 7. We're in the 90th over of the inning.
The wicket keepers are no strangers to injuries. They always have issues with their fingers. Probably just
Ball
taking one
bouncing
in.
here and lifting over Greaves' right shoulder. Well taken by De Silva. Yes, extra bounce with this new ball. Leaves this one wide outside the off stump. This is what they go, unless some left hand order is going to get with this new ball, extra bounce. Kane coming on the back foot to hit it through point, missing. This one comes just on his front foot and plays it down. Amir Django picks up at short cover. No run. Total remain on 281 for 7. Forward goes Greaves and to Django again. That ends the 90th over of the inning. 281 for 7. CCC requires 168 runs for victory. Caribbean not 3 for 82 from 33 overs.
69 overs bowled in today's play. So we're nearing that 4 o'clock hour into the last hour of play. Richards still there, 58. Graves on 14. We'll have about 20 overs or so to face out for the day's play. And then the last hour of play. A lot of work yet to be done by both teams. See Anderson Phillip going around the wicket to the left-hander, Richards on 58.
Yes, Anderson Phillip switching back to around the wicket. Phillip just turned it to short mid wicket and Marvin Bidisi picks up. If this pair carries if this CCC pair carries it to the 15 over, Trinidad Tobago Red Force could be in some trouble here. They will have to put on the thinking cap to dismiss this last 3 wicket. Just one keeping a bit low again and going through Richards. Joshua Silva taking on the first bounce. Total remain on 281 for 7. Richards remain on 58 from exactly 100 deliveries. Keeping a bit low.
That is the effects you would find in the last session of the 4th day. Just inconsistent bounce on the wicket there. That length from Phillips will normally be rearing its head at the batsman. This time getting along barely halfway up the stumps. Good stop by De Silva.
Down the leg side, well taken by Joshua De Silva. Moving swiftly to his right.
Yeah, Joshua De Silva there. He would have kept 70 overs thus far today. 20 overs yesterday, and still agile as ever with that take down the leg side.
Total remain on 281 for 7. Richards remain on 58 from 102 deliveries. Romario Greaves 14 from 32. They require further 168 runs for victory. Coming on the front foot and opening the face of the bat to cover point. Amir Jangu picks up, no run. Vikash Mohan in full slip. Brian Charles in second. Caripia in the gully. Cephas Cooper mid wicket. Mid on is Terrence Hines.
This is where you are asking the question, do you know the value of a leg spinner or a wrist spinner in this game on the 4th day pitch? Looking to get those crucial wickets that gives you that results.
Oh, that's a glorious shot. Gloriously played by Richards. Half volley. Hitting it, coming on the front foot and stroking it through extra cover. Navin Bidis. Cephas Cooper following right down to the ropes. Couldn't stop it. And that goes into the fence.
Wide. Full and wide outside the off stump there. Giving Richards ample time. Stretch that front leg out. Caress it through the covers there. All along the ground. You could hear shouts of approval from the CCC dugout with that shot.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip reply, a short bumper. Has Richards ducking for cover. 285 for 7 after 91 overs. Richards moves on to 62 from 105 deliveries. CC requires 164 runs for victory.
Typical fast bowler's response after being struck for a boundary. Short pitch delivery, hurrying the batsman, crouching down there. As we look again at that crashing shot through the covers, followed by crunching down from the batsman. Very quick delivery. Anderson Phillip on the last day still generating pace with the new ball. Caripia will continue. He's going to bowl his 34th over now. 3 for 82 runs.
See, Mario Greaves asking for the side screen to be moved again.
I think they'll have to engage the engineering department to cast some rails down, change the tires, and motorize the side screen. Quick fix the problem.
There's Greaves just paddle sweeping that one around the corner. Terrence Hines from back one square moving around, pick it up. And the batsman, by the meantime, pick up 2 runs.
There's a tractor operating at the southern end, moving that side screen. No luck for the groundsmen on the north side. They've been pushing that side to side. all day for 4 days.
287 for 7. Richards moves on to 62. Mario agrees on to 16. Require a further 162 runs for victory. Caripia, this one a little quicker to Mario agrees. He opened the face and sent it to cover point. No run. Driving it straight to short cover. Amir Django fields, no runs. Elegant shot. Just coming on his front foot and stroking it well. Caripia this one, and yeah, Grease coming on his front foot. Bat and pad close together. Just playing it forward. Joshua De Silva picks up. Total remain on 287 for 7. We're in the 92nd over of this inning. Nicely drive to mid on. Jet Gully coming around smartly to his left and picking up no runs. The score remains at 287 for 7.
162 runs to go for the combined campuses and colleges. We enter just a few minutes away from 4 o'clock. We enter into that last hour of play. Be very interesting to get that total down to under 130 runs. 20 overs to go. I just have a look to our producer. 130 runs, 20 overs to go after 4 o'clock. Is it game on? 3 wickets in hand. Yeah, we are just about 10 minutes to 4 o'clock. If they can get it down to 130 runs, 20 overs left. The day's play after that. Very interesting time.
There, Anderson Phillip continuing from the southern end. Phillips just playing it down back. Short mid wicket, Navin BDC picks up. Richards remains on 62 from 106 deliveries. Total remain on 287 for 7.
Just trying to be devil's advocate. See if there's anything in the game for CCC.
At this moment, I think all CCC could do is play for a draw. It's very difficult to require 162 runs, maybe 20 overs again. Yeah, short delivery from Anderson Phillip with some fire. The umpire calls a wide. And one for the shoulder.
We haven't seen Terrence Hines. The new ball is being used. Hines is the other option as a medium pacer with that new ball. Caripia has had a long stint with the ball. Before lunch, and after tea again. He's in there in that gully position. Caripia.
Richard coming out from the stroking it through the cover. There's a deep cover. Keon Hartley just runs around to his left and picks up. 1 to Richards. 161 require. Richard goes to 63. It's 289 for 7. Anderson Phillip in the 16th over. 1 for 51.
Deep cover being employed there for Richards, who's on 63. He struck a boundary through the covers in the previous over. Justice Silva dropping that man out there, only giving them the single this time. Opportunity to get at Graves. He's on 16 from 38 deliveries. This is Phillips' third over with the new ball. slips a gully, the catching men.
Yes, Chris just coming on his front foot and playing it. Cannot be picking up no runs.
As we mentioned before, Graves does have 250s for the season thus far.
Good all rounder in Greece, bowler of spin. Had a long spell in this game. Also the last game right here.
Does possess an exquisite cover drive. Reminisce of the likes of Baba Azam.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Coming on the front foot and just straight driving it past Anderson Phillip all along the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Romario Greaves here.
Speaking of Baba Azam, he'd be proud of that shot as well. Straight back, high elbow, down the ground for 4. Not a man move. Cheers coming from the CCC dugout there, appreciating the effort and the magnificence of that straight drive from Graves. There is talent in this young man. Clearly on show for anybody here to see. Something to build on for the future for West Indies cricket. Another shot. Punch through the offside foot. It's going to get close to the boundary. It will make it into the boundary. Exquisite cover drive off the back foot this time. Showing his wares here, Romario Graves. Takes him on to 24 good looking runs from the young man.
Yes, just staying on his back foot and watching it onto the bat. And hitting it through the covers for 4. Top class shot. Goes to 24 from 41 deliveries.
Anderson Phillips who struck for 2 boundaries in this over. I could anticipate a short ball here. So on the pads, worked into the onside. Just a single. 16 overs for Anderson Phillips. 1 for 59. It's his 4th over with the new ball.
That's a 50 partnership from 88 deliveries. For with Romario Graves and Richards. So after 93 overs in this inning, the score is 298 for 7. The extras total goes to 25 in this inning.
Yes, there's a fight being staged here by the combined campuses and colleges. They will not go easy into that good night. Fighting to the bitter end. As we ease up upon 4 o'clock on day 4. Graves on 25 good-looking runs. Richards on 63. 298 as they approach the 300-run total. It won't be the first time that they've gotten 300 runs in a second innings.
Require further 151 runs for victory as we see Caribbean pick stuff from the northern end. And just going through the defense of Graves, coming forward. A little extra bounce. Just as the Silver takes it, no run.
We've seen Carey Pierre get that bounce and turn quite frequently from that end.
He's driving it back to Carey Pierre. No runs. The total remain on 298 for 7. Just coming on the front, turning it around his leg to backward square. Anderson Phillips runs in and picks up the easy single. The last game against the West Indies Academy, they got 300 runs in the first inning. As my producer said, both innings they got 300 in the last game here. 299 for 7, and they're inching closer to the 300 mark here again in the last 3 innings. That's excellent from CCC. Richards on 63 and Romario Greaves on 26.
Yeah, just looking back at it against Windward Islands, they posted 315 runs in that second innings with Romario Greaves getting 63. And again, he got 58 in the first innings of that game against the Leeward Islands. So he has been amongst the runs, and CCC posted 301 runs in that second innings, with Yannick Otley getting 99 and Mutara getting 30 runs in that second innings.
That's remarkable effort from CCC. Going beyond 300 for the fourth time in this season. Forward comes Richards. He remains on 63 from 109. Greaves 26 from 45. 299 for 7 after 94 overs. A further 150 runs is required by CCC. Karipier 3 for 85 from 35 overs, and Vikash Mohan 1 for 22 from 6. 299 for 7 after 94 overs. And we see another bowling change from the southern end, the Sports and Physical Education Center end. Terence Hines replacing Anderson Phillip. Hines has gone 10 overs in this inning, none for 38. 94 overs complete in this inning at a strike rate of 3.18. The combined campus colleges requires 150 runs. Again, it could well be around 16 overs.
Yeah, we were just questioning the decision by De Silva to go back and bat. They declared at 95 for 2. And now with 150 runs lead, had they not gone back to bat, they would have been chasing the difference right now. All of that is water under the bridge, as Trinidad and Tobago seek these last 3 wickets here. Terence Hines is on with the ball now, replacing Anderson Phillip.
Marseille Greaves continue to look better and better and better after every delivery. He's gone on to 26 from 46, but he's certainly middling these balls on his bat. Richards will need him there to go to the close. They are on 299 for 7. I believe that the 150 runs is out of their reach. So just to bat for time.
Terence Hines yet to pick up a wicket in this innings. He's into his 11th over.
Nobody there.
Just whipping this one off his pad and running into the fence. Terence Hines pitching on leg stump, and Greaves just whipping it through mid wicket for 4. That brings up the 300 for the CCC. This partnership carries on to 55 now. 303 for 7, winning 95th over. They require a further 146, which I believe may be out of their reach at this moment.
Certainly with 7 wickets down, the odds aren't in their favor to get there. But stranger things have happened in this game of cricket.
Yes, I can second that, but I want to believe it will happen here today.
It is a rarity, yes.
I think any victory today here is for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The other alternative is a draw.
Just looking at the onside here, just 2 men on the onside, a short mid wicket and a man down at fine leg, 7 on the offside, and beats the outside edge. Just drops and dies in front of Joshua Da Silva. Good take yet again from him.
$303 for 7, CCC. 94.5 overs gone. Terence Hines in his 11th over, none for 42. Very hot here today, again today at the UB spec.
He's bowled 6 overs today, 4 overs yesterday, 6 overs for 21 runs today. Unsuccessful thus far.
That completes the over. 95 overs gone. Total is 303 for 7. Probably might get 1 over before the drinks. Then the last 15 overs in the last hour. See a bowling change from the northern end. Brian Charles takes up the attack. Replacing Caripi after 35 overs, 3 for 85. Require 146 runs again. CCC striking at 3.19. Richards on 63 from 110. Romario Grease 30 from 51.
Not a long spell there from Curry Pier coming to an end.
Supporters begging Trinidad to wrap up this inning. To our extreme right. Brian Charles in his 18th over, 1 for 43. Just pitching outside the off stump and spin away slightly. Richards leaving it alone. He's on 63 from 112 deliveries. Slip, gully, cover point, cover, short cover, mid off, deep mid on, a mid wicket and a deep backward square. That's the field for Richards. Batting on the top end. Charles into him. Getting the edge again and just beating the first slip. They're going to pick up 2 runs. Again, another chance go up again. It's pretty little difficult, this one. Just short of Caripi. And a caliber of Caripi, anytime, anywhere it's close to him, I definitely going to take that.
Brian Charles trying to work his magic here, trying to effect a wicket here for his captain. Last delivery of the over. Struck on the pad, loud appeal, seems to be heading down the leg side. No movement from umpire Raj Kumar. End of the over.
And that's drinks, the Blue Waters drinks. To follow by the last hour of play, 15 overs. 305 for 7 after 96 overs. Graves on 30, Richards on 65. So we are in the final hour of play today. 15 overs to go. Trinidad needs to get 3 wickets. CCC needs about 15 overs. They require a rate of 144 runs in 90 deliveries. So as we take a blue water break here also, resume in the next 5 minutes.
Action time here at UE Spec once more. Final hour on day 4 of this contest. Hines is back to Romario Greaves, who has looked good. 30 from 51. 305 for the loss of 7 combined campuses and colleges. And the situation as it stands, 3 wickets required for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to win this contest. And the CCC, they require 144 runs. I required a partner in the commentary box, and Gerard Basu has opted to join me. Good afternoon, Gerard.
Hello Visham, hello everyone. I'm just looking around the tournament and seeing that Leeward Islands have finally overhauled that 500 plus score of the Pride, so they are now 47 runs ahead, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And Hayden Walsh Jr. with a half century, 54 runs to him. He's batting with Daniel Doran presently. 301 for 9 a couple minutes ago. That's the only other game presently underway. The 2 games ironically playing in Trinidad and Tobago. That one playing out at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. So possibly Barbados may just have a few runs to score in the last hour to get victory.
Or just maybe that game could go down to a draw. You never know, Basso.
Well, it is a funny old game. This gentleman's game we call cricket.
Kevin Mirage has found someone, and that's Peter Nero, former international umpire, and now leading the umpires here around the Caribbean. Driven sweetly. And no run though. Romario Graves, and there's a no ball signal by umpire Christopher Taylor. Umpiring has been good over the past 3.5 days.
Yeah, and that's something that has troubled Terence Hines in this game. I think the majority of no balls, a statistician will check, but to my recollection, the majority of no balls in the Red Force bowling innings have come from Terence Hines.
I think it's a case of him looking for too much pace. But he's rushing Graves at the moment. Yeah. Before the tea break, there were 21 extras in the innings. And just about 26 at the moment. A couple of wides served up from Anderson Phillip as well, who was offering up some short pitch deliveries, but too short at times. This time he finds the gap, Graves, and that's 4. Brilliant shot. We've seen a lot of brilliant shots from him this afternoon, but I think that one is right up there with one of the best we've seen today.
Yeah, as classical as you can get. Yes, that front foot forward. Hines over pitching on this occasion and giving him a ball in the slot, in his reach, in his arc, and he did the needful. And when you see shots like that and you calculate 139 or 140, you do what I always like to term some Darren Sammy mathematics. You check it like that, 4 into 140, and you realize how many deliveries the CCC really need again to win, while Trinidad and Tobago Red Force really only need 3.
This is
35 fours they need to win this game.
35 fours.
Again, it's just some Darren Sammy mathematics. Darren Sammy loves to calculate things along the lines of boundaries first, singles and wickets after.
Two slips in position, Kari Pair and Vikash M. That's Mohan.
And they've already hit 34 boundaries in the innings, statisticians tell me.
Chief statistician Billy Furlong to our left. Oh yes, that's a good delivery from Charles. That's where he wants to be.
So I think I will have to change. From the last time we were on commentary, I told you improbable and impossible. Now it's not necessarily impossible anymore.
Also, you're changing what
Possibly.
you said earlier, Gerard Basso. I know a couple persons would have to change what they had said earlier. Kevin Mirage would have predicted a lunchtime finish.
Yeah, and then after him, there was someone else who predicted 3 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time.
Was that there Ryan Dial?
Definitely not.
Or Billy Furlong? Well, Billy Furlong is saying that he said 1 hour after tea, so all in all, he's still wrong.
End of another over, 310 for 7 in the combined campuses and colleges. I think from a Red Force perspective, it is a concern though. You have a team on the ropes. You need to be as clinical as possible, because the nature of sport is that it is unpredictable,
It is.
much like life. And you don't want a situation where you're just moseying along and then the other team just claws their way slowly, unnoticeable to you, back into the game, and then they snuff victory out of the hands of defeat.
Oh, well, what was unpredictable, I can tell you this much, is Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batting again in this game. Batting second. For a second time, sorry. I thought that could be a very important factor in how this game pans out, Jared Bass.
Well, I heard Billy and they're talking about that 95 runs and the fact that the difference here, at this juncture, TNT would have had to bat again anyway. So I'm neither here nor there on that. Of course, I understand the fact that they needed to give Anderson Phillip a bit of a breather with no Shannon Gabriel, and the conditions as sweltering as it was. And Anderson Phillip has bowled his heart out in this game. For a CCC perspective, though, they have done well in this second innings. I heard Billy and Ryan talk about it. This is the 6th time in the tournament they've crossed 300. They just unfortunately haven't been able to put together a complete game to challenge for an outright victory and 12 points via outright victory. Swept away, and it is going to be another boundary here. So the boundary counts are going up, Visham.
Yeah, and certainly that total is going up as well. And they now require 135 runs for victory. But a lovely shot, you have to say, there from Romario Graves. He continued to impress everyone here at the venue.
Yeah, and amongst all of the goings and comings, he's possibly eyeing up here a half century, a first class half century. His batting partner looks comfortable, it must be said, on a 65. Back live now, Carrie Pear continuing.
This is well played there from Graves, and that has been the hallmark of both Graves and Richards' innings. That's a look at the scorecard. Damel Evelyn 73, Shamar Brooks 62, 65 not out to Richards, and Graves 38. And those runs also coming at good pace as well, Jared Basso. But what I was speaking about when I say it's the hallmark of the innings of these two men, they showed their ability to play in a respectable manner, respecting the good deliveries that were presented. Yet still, they were able to amass these runs that they have to their name by striking the ball to the boundaries without doing anything out of the ordinary.
You almost read my mind, because looking at that sweep shot, that's the exact thought, as I called it a sweep shot, that's the exact thought I had. That they have been respectful of the bowling, and once they felt like it was in their arc, in their zone, they put it away. And that's how you play cricket.
And without fear as well.
There's a loud appeal for leg before. Umpire Rajkumar unmoved. I think it possibly just marginally dropped outside leg. Some, of course, our camera is just slightly off, and we're also not straight on where we sit.
But there's a case of that being bat first. To me, it looked as though that snuck the inside edge of the bat first onto the pad, into the hands of Vikash Mohan. We'll have to wait and see again. Let's have a closer look.
Back live. We'll go back to it. Yeah, this is the opportunity that we were talking about here. Couple deliveries ago.
Bat first. Definitely bat first onto the pad.
Yeah, so Vikash Mohan thinks that Visham thinks that the ball into Vikash Mohan's hand is caught out, while everyone was appealing for the LBW.
That could be a costly opportunity, but again, the umpire is in the right position to make his decision, and his decision is final. At the end of 100 overs, it is 3-1-4 for the loss of 7. We'll have a look at that replay again shortly. And we may very well be looking at it now. I think our producer will slow it down on contact. And he will. Yeah, certainly looks as though there was an inside edge there. And we heard 2 sounds as well. It could be sliding down the leg side, definitely. I agree with the umpire on that.
I think everybody was more appealing for the leg before, because even from where we sit, you heard the thud, the softer thud that it makes when it hits the pads flush. Carey Peer has switched around and is bowling from that southern end.
Extracting some bounce as well, Carey Peer. And bowling very well, Carey Peer.
Bowling really quickly as well. As soon as he gets to the top of his mark, he's back around, and as he collects the ball, there you go, just in, ready to go in at the batters. So keeping them on their toes, rushing them a bit here, Carey Peer.
Looking for a wicket. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking for 3 wickets actually. Where is it going to come from? I'm sure that's the thought of the skipper Josh De Silva. Online on the money is Carey Peer.
Cuts away. Lovely late cut here. Won't get a boundary, but will pick up a couple of runs.
It was a quicker delivery from Carey Peer on that occasion, and it rushed Romario Graves. Hence, he didn't make solid enough contact for it to run away to the fence. Let's have a look at it again. Sitting high up on the bat.
Yeah, rushed him indeed. And that's what I was just pointing out, as he now changes and goes over the wicket. That's what I was pointing out. This over, I noticed that he's bowling a lot quicker. He's rushing through the overs, the over, and his bowling speed as well is also up. So news coming to hand is that the Barbados Pride out at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain need 58 runs for victory, with just about an hour in the day. Of course, an hour considering that extra half an hour. Official close of play is usually around 5 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time. And you can expect that the Queen's Park Oval, that game will go to 5:30, or the half an hour will be implemented.
The dugout of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force look very dim at the moment. Dim and dull. Coach Furlong folds his feet and just sits in the chair. And Coach Emmerich is also down there biting his nails.
Yeah, I think they probably expected that they would have wrapped this one up. It just goes to show that with a little bit of application and just being true to the game of sorts and true to your game, that you can progress into stable positions first of all, and then possibly winning positions. And that's exactly what the combined campuses and colleges have done today.
Exactly so. Vikash Mohan has been put into a very short mid-wicket position. Very straightish mid-wicket as well.
So Terence Hines has swung around and will come in from the northern end or the gymnasium end.
Tero Hines. It is, and it's back to Gully Midon. Gully had a couple overs as well.
Terence Hines generally will take the ball away from a right-hander. Of course, that slingy arm action. There's not much breeze on offer at the moment.
Still didn't see Jason Mohammed with the ball. I thought that he could have been a very formidable option for Josh De Silva.
Well, you mentioned Riyad Emirates in the dugout just a while ago. And no ball here again from Terence Hines. So you mentioned in the last over is probably striving for pace. I think it's possibly a rhythm issue.
Well, it could be a bit of both. A bit of both, actually. Hines didn't bowl much in the game thus far. And given that workload now with Shannon Gabriel off the park for quite a while.
Just to go back to you mentioning, as we're talking about Terence Hines and the workload, and no sign of Jason Mohammed. I asked Riyad Emirates about that this morning while they were going through their warm-ups. I said, if Shannon isn't available, what are the options? Because we know that Mohan can bowl. We saw Keon Otley bowl yesterday. Is there any consideration for Jason Mohammed having a bowl? And once Jed Gully is fit, we know he can take a bowl as well. He simply told me we'll see how it goes. Down the leg side, and well taken by De Silva.
Yeah, well, Jason Mohammed always had the knack of picking up a wicket when brought into the attack and making an immediate impact. And at times in the local circuit, you tend to call Jason Mohammed the golden arm man, and still wasn't used by Joshua De Silva. I'm unsure as to why not. But Tero Hines has 3 deliveries in this over. And Mario Greaves continues to look classy as always. A very good all-rounder, Mario Greaves, coming out of Barbados.
The more and more we look at him, even that last shot was a defensive shot, and the confidence oozed from the shot from the young man. The comfort level of playing it. This one is ultra confident. because he cracks this one through the covers.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there from Romario Graves on the up. As it rose, he just leant into it nicely. Coming off the middle of the bat and to the fence, it raced away. Some crawling going on to the far end. It looks to be Keon Otley crawling away over the covers.
Yeah.
Reason being, he has his spikes on and doesn't want to damage the covers here at the venue.
There's an old saying that you stay in the game long enough, things will happen.
But how long is there to stay?
CCC have the better part of about an hour to stay again. And one way or the other, as this one, would you believe it? The timing is so exquisite. On impact, it didn't seem like it was timed that well, but he just really punched it down the ground, and probably a pedestrian effort by the mid-on and mid-off fielders.
Yeah, well, it's an absolute spectacular shot there from Romario Graves. Pitched up and driven with great dexterity from the right-hander. 43 now to Romario Graves, and look at it. Almost a Yorker-length delivery right up there. And Graves was able to crack it back past the bowler for 4. 324 for the loss of 7 after 102. Our producer seems to like this shot more than us. He's giving it for a third time. There it is again. Deserves maybe a 4th or 5th look.
It's not only that, it's the fact that the camera is following the ball and there's a mid-on and mid-off in place, and no one, that's why he tapped me and he said, look at the replay again. Neither mid-on or mid-off ran after the ball. So the Darren Sammy mathematics continues to my left-hand side. I'm told it's 32 fours needed now. From last time we were checking it.
2 slips, well actually 1 slip and a short leg.
Struck on the pad. Loud appeal. Hopeful, to say the least.
Well, it's more out of hunger than anything here from the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. That one certainly sliding on with the arm and sliding down the leg side. Look at where he was struck. On the inner half of the right leg. Too short from Charles, and it's punched away into the hands of Philip. Kevin Mirage is saying that he still believes there's something in this game for either team. Oh, he actually is predicting a CCC victory, Gerard Basso.
And the expressions from around the commentary area are those of surprise. And I think it's not because of the target, but I think he's just changed his tune. Because that's what he said this morning. Shot in the air. And finally, the breakthrough comes.
Well, what a breakthrough that is from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Brian Charles defying the odds of a Kevin Mirage, who is saying a CCC victory. Pitching up this one. And it's looking to take him down the ground was Graves. And straight into the hands of the fielder at mid-on. That's Keon Otley. A valuable dismissal here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and what a time to get it as well. It's now 325 for 8. 2 wickets to win for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 124 runs for CCC to get. It's a mile away from them, or should I say, a couple miles away. Goodridge is coming in. Needs to build a good bridge to take the CCC home. My oh my. Goodridge and Blades. And Mr. DL walks away with that one. He's saying that he's going to celebrate after that wicket. Well, the question is, did Graves dig his own hole? That's the question. Just an inquiry as to whether he dug his own hole. Yeah, that wasn't a smart shot at all, Gerard Basso. Poor choice of a shot. Smelling blood now here is the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. Here's the wicket again. Poor choice of shot. That ball wasn't there. Oh, tail would be up here now, Brian Charles. Looking to get another. Difficult to get under that delivery. And it proved to be the demise of a Romario Graves. And hence, we can safely say, it can be concluded that Romario Graves would have dug his own hole.
Yeah, Billy just pointed out to me that 2 feet higher,
Yep.
and it would have been a bound, or to the left or right, it would have been a boundary, and we'd be singing a different tune.
Well, the thing is, we didn't have to sing that tune. At the end of 103, it's 325 for 8, and good old Crevin Gregg has left his camera. He has walked off to his vehicle, and he is saying, lads, it's time to go home. My predictions all day have been wrong.
Are you implying he's fed up?
Well, he's fed up of predicting the wrong thing. That's as much as I can tell you. Are you still leaving us with a prediction?
All good fun in the 4-day championship, the West Indies championship. It is round 6, rounding down round 6. 2 games already completed. Just this one between the Red Force and the Combined Campuses and Colleges, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Barbados Pride games in progress. Caribbean in progress here. And extracting turn and bounce is a Caribbean. Back to his regular end of bowling from this northern end, or the gymnasium end.
It's good from Richards, but he doesn't take the single though.
Yeah, I think he's aware, and a bit of what we call farming of the strike is going to start occurring here.
And here we see the field coming in now. Maybe just to save that single, of course. Or just
No
out
shot
appeal.
up.
And umpire Lyndon Rajkumar says not out. Hands on hips. Well, he wasn't playing a shot, and if that was going on to hit the stump, tell you what, he'd have certainly been out. But the umpire again says not out. He has the best view of things, Gerard Basso.
Yeah, I think the important part of that one is the fact that he didn't play a shot. He didn't offer a shot.
Yep.
And that is the key one in that appeal.
if you're shock on the pad, not playing a shot, and the ball goes on to hit the stump, of course.
Yeah, it
You-
negates it negates the impact.
Yep.
It doesn't matter whether you're impacted outside the line or inside the line. You didn't offer a shot, so it's then down to whether it's going on to hit the stumps. At the end of another over, 325 for 8. A maiden over there from a carry pair. And the Brand Charles will continue from the southern end.
So Josh De Silva making his changes in terms of his field wisely, and there's a lot of fielder around the bat. There is a first and a second slip, a leg slip, and a short leg, and also a silly point as well.
So after 2 overs, the Barbados Pride are already 14 without loss. So they're smelling a victory.
Wow.
Victory is in their grasp and they're going hard. Someone just asked me if Craig Brathwaite is opening the batting. Of course, it should be. It's the West Indies captain.
Oh, that
What
was
a
close.
delivery.
That was mightily close there. Have a look at that again. A quarter paint or two. Well, back live now. We'll have a look at that replay again. Charles just drifting that one very close to that off stump.
And the edge of the bat.
A quarter paint or two. And a wider bat. Certainly millimeters away from that outside edge and the off stump. You could have heard the groans of anguish from Brian Charles and disappointment as well as that one went past the bat. Easily it could have been 9 down.
So Barbados Pride opened the batting with Captain Craig Brathwaite and Raymond Reefer.
Oh wow.
That tells you what they are after. And that's not to say Zachary McCaskey is a bad player, but they are going after victory for certain.
McCaskey, of course, having 100 in the first innings. Am I correct, Gerard Basso?
Yeah, he did have a wonderful 100. My only criticism of his 100 is the fact that he didn't carry it on and make it a big 100, as we saw with other 100s in the tournament. Like the 165 from Kevin Sinclair, the 200 from Django. Loud appeal. Nothing from the umpire.
Well, umpire Christopher Taylor says not out. Hands on heads around the venue, even the supporters as well. And Joshua De Silva, who is also no stranger to having conversations of these sorts with the umpires, whether it is in international cricket or not. He goes down and has a word with Christopher Taylor, of course. The umpire's decision is final and he shouldn't really be doing that, questioning whether or not or why it was out or not. No need to question the umpire. It's already gone. Why question the umpire, Jared Basso? Why walk down and say, what did that ball do differently and why that wasn't given out? There's no need to do so. It's already out. There's no DRS in place. Here's Gary Pear. 325 for the loss of 8. Billy Furlong was just looking at the weather. He's telling us the weather at the moment looks as though it might just be a victory for TNT with, a chance of a draw. 325 for 8. Kevin Gregg, though, is saying that there may be a chance of a victory for CCC. Oh, this one coming back in with the arm there from Kari Pear. Looking to operate on those footmarks just outside the left-hander's off stump. Lovely delivery. I think, Gerard, it's not a case of them needing to dismiss the Mario Richards here. They can work around the Mario Richards and look to dismiss Goodrich and Blades. Put some pressure on them.
Yeah, I think Richards is aware of that, and that's why he's already probably from ball one when Goodrich came in, right after the fall of the wicket. That's why he started farming the strike and protecting Goodrich, so to speak. The belief is, though, that Goodrich can hold his own with the bat.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first innings as well. Carey Payne, though, looking to come round the wicket now, so he's opting for a different angle. Angling the ball away from Richards, looking to turn it back into him as per normal. Just like that. Maybe a bit too wide. And that completes 106 overs. Maiden over, bowled by Carey Payne. 3 for 90 to him. It's 3-2-5 for 8.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 106 overs. That's another aspect of the West Indies Championship 2024, the CWI 4-day championship. That's been refreshing. The number of teams that have managed to bat beyond 100 overs, bat beyond 110 overs, put up some big scores. It has been a concern for West Indies Test cricket over the more recent past. The fact that we haven't been able to score 300, 400. Bowled him! He's finally gotten the breakthrough. Has Brian Charles, and you can see the elation.
The perfect man for the situation is Brian Charles. There you go, castling that man, Amari Goodrich. Well, the good old bridge wasn't built today. Goodrich, he has to go. That's the 9th nail in the coffin for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Charles, he now has 3. It's 3 for 46 to him. And well, he's looking to take his team to victory. He, though, on this occasion, is building the bridge, Gerard Basu.
Yeah, and this is a typical 4th day wicket, a 4th day pitch. The ball never got up above his shins. And you can see the elation there. And the fist bump, a really tense fist bump from Brian Charles. He's toiled for that wicket, and the team has been toiling to get that wicket.
Well, I would like to see that. I would like to see that again, because at the end of that replay, there were contrasting emotions. Look at Richards and look at De Silva. Here we go. We are not looking at the wicket so much here. We are looking at the emotions of the players and the reactions. Look at Richards and look at De Silva. What a sight. What a sight, Gerard Basu. That's what cricket can do to you at times. It's a funny old game. And it's not over. How does the saying go, Gerard Basu? It's not over until? Until who sings?
That big lady.
Oh,
in the opera house.
Big lady.
Yeah.
And statistician Billy Furlong is telling us that 5 clean, bold dismissals in the innings.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago have really stuck to a plan of bowling straight for the most part, and would really only have lost the plot when they have gone beyond that plan, just past the outside edge.
Yeah, he's fizzing them in now, Brian Charles.
Yeah, he's hungry for that wicket.
A lovely delivery there from Charles. You can see he's running in now with some venom.
This is the one way. This is the one where he fizzed it in just past that outside edge.
Was that dropped there? We'll have to have a look at that again there, Gerard. Looked to have been dropped, or maybe dropping short. Let's see. Flew off quickly off the outside edge. Well, you know all is well when Mr. Deonarain Dial has his feet up, so which tells me that he's confident of a Trinidad and Tobago victory. What a delivery!
Just past the
What a
outside
delivery
edge again.
Well, Blades being cut in half at the end of 107. It's 325 for 9.
I see what you did there.
I think we should give these guys a mic, you know, Gerard Basso. These guys are commentating to our right. Smiling. I think they know they're on camera. I think they know they're on camera, Gerard. Looking straight at the camera. And Carrie Pierre is going to be back into the attack now. Three for 90 to number 18. That's Carrie Pierre. Oh, and just like that, the Mario Richards is gets himself in a tangle now.
Yeah, I think he needs to not think so much that the wickets are falling around him. Just continue to be solid in defense as he has been throughout his innings.
Kevin Gregg and Kevin Mirage, the same man, who was making the predictions all day, he just got himself in a tangle as well, trying to explain to us that, you know, the reason behind him speaking and making his predictions. He's explaining all of his predictions to us, Basso. This is a good delivery, lovely delivery from Carrie Pierre. And look at the fielders around the bat. First slip, second slip, a short leg, and the silly point as well.
Yeah, predictions or not, it just seems that the outright victory is in the hands of the Red Force. I tell you, if the Mario Richards finds a way to bat out the next hour, or the next half an hour, it's just about 5 minutes to the hour 5 o'clock, so the final half an hour, the extra half an hour at the end of play will come shortly. But should he find a way the next half an hour to bat out until play is called, he'll be celebrated. He will be celebrating and be celebrated as if the CCC won the game.
Definitely so. Whipped off the hips. They're from Richards, 108 bowled, 108 bowled, that is. 3-2-5 for 9. 3 wickets to Brian Charles. And there's the kite. The Mad Bull. Gerard Basso, are you familiar with the Mad Bull kites? Fluttering in the wind.
I'm familiar with one Craig Brathwaite, who is a test captain. He's on 16 from 14 deliveries.
Well, Craig Brathwaite, he's always at the top in West Indies cricket. And there's the kite flying away from us. Charles, though, looking to make the stumps fly again.
I'll tell you something, though. As I look at this Barbados Pride a run chase, given that it's a small run chase of just 50-odd runs, right? He's batting with Raymond Reefer. I want you to take note of that. And the reason I tell you take note of that is because Raymond Reefer is that type of aggressive type, can be that type of aggressive type player, almost like what a Roshan Primus is to the CCC unit.
In the air, and he's gone! Victory to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force! CCC dismissed for 325, and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force sealed the deal. They win by 123 runs, and that's how it ended. A leading edge straight into the hands of Anderson Phillip, And no better man to take the catch than Anderson Phillip to finish this game. Icing on the cake here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Victory to them against CCC by 123 runs. For to Brian Charles, coming good in the back end of this game to seal the deal for the TNT Red Force.
I hope it's not ironic that I was talking about the West Indies Test captain and Anderson Phillip took that catch, because I tell you, he's been remarkable through this West Indies Championship 2024. He has bowled with venom, he's bowled with good pace, he's bowled with intelligence, he's stuck to his guns, he's bowled with a plan. And as you said, Vishama, no joke, it's fitting he's the one to take the final catch. Brian Charles has been good through the tournament as well, finishing with 4 wickets. Of course, in this encounter, I think CCC were always on the back foot. They started off well the first hour of play on the first day, taking 2 wickets. But after that, it was all Trinidad and Tobago. First Jason Mohammed, and then Amir Jangu. And once that total of 500 plus was put on the board, the CCC were always chasing the game. They did well coming down to the end here, though, and they showed good fight today. Another score of over 300. And they have a lot of things that they can think about, and a lot of positives they can take into the final round when they face a buoyed Guyana team, because Guyana completing victory today by 212 runs and chasing that title. Guyana can win the title probably mathematically. So a lot to take forward in this game. Trinidad and Tobago will be off to Jamaica next week to face Jamaica Scorpions. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes will play the Windward Islands Volcanoes in the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, that's how it ends here at the UWI Sport and Physical Education Center, the Sir Frank Worrell Field here in St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago. Congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on earning a victory against combined campuses and colleges. And here's a look at how it ended again. Brian Charles to Jediah Blades, and that was an outside edge into the hands of Phillip. Anderson Phillip, that is, at extra cover. And that was the 10th wicket down. So Kari Pear meets his dad here just to the right of us. And all in all, it's a good victory as well for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He looks happy and his dad looks happy as well. What a moment that is there. And yes, as we were saying, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force winning comprehensively by 123 runs against CCC. And congratulations to all of the players from the CCC team who would have done well as well. And Trinidad and Tobago's team. Notable performances: Amir Jangu, 218 not out. And Jason Mohammed, 154 as well. Joshua De Silva, 79. And it's good to see these performances from these men. Good bowling efforts as well from Brian Charles, Anderson Phillip, Kari Pear, the man in your picture. Well, it's safe to say that it was a good game all in all. And on behalf of everyone here on our production team, Gerard Basso, Kevin Maraj, Billy Furlong, David Ryan Dial, and myself, Visham Lalman, I say have a good evening and have a good rest of the weekend. And join us back on Wednesday next week for the clash between Guyana and CCC, coming right here from the UWI Sport and Physical Education Center. Have a good evening, everyone.